Okay, people. I bid you adieu and welcome. I'm your host, RG the artist, the host with the most. All right. I'm gonna stop bathing myself in egotistical blabbering words now. Yeah, man. Welcome. Tonight's going to be a little bit of a discovery, and a new journey, for me trying something different, right? I ended my stream last night with some of my writing, and so I think I'm gonna begin tonight, um, with some of my reading and some of my work, and go easy on me, right? So yeah, man, let's get right into it. I hope everyone is having a blessed evening. It is 11:30 on the eastern side over here of the country, and yeah, man, let me get to the reading. I hope you guys enjoy it. And yeah, man, just give me your opinions. Critique my work. It probably needs it. Which I don't know. Maybe it doesn't. We'll see. You're right. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me pull this up. So I'm just going to. This is actually a song that I wrote. Just as I reflect on my own life and my own journey, and some of the trials I've had. And Um, so I wrote this song here. I'm just going to read the lyrics because I haven't actually recorded this. I did an AI song with this, but I haven't been to the back here in the studio and really laid into it. So, um, yeah, man, this is called The Big G. Yeah, yeah, as in the man upstairs, the creator himself, I guess you could say, or the creator, period. Um, So I just called him the Big G here in the song. So, all right. What a beautiful soul you have. This I know, for the Bible told me so. Let's go. Yeah, the Big G that resides so high, he don't ever stop giving. Been loved since birth, only man will curse. Condemn not, lest you be judged. That's what I've learned. So try and put love first. Overcome those walls built, or I'm sorry, overcome the walls that's been building for years. You built a house of fears, but get this, I did too. I'm as guilty as you, but fear is an illusion. Let's not make it real. You see, together we can be beautiful souls. Do we truly need man's word to tell us so? They say they give us rights, but it's obvious to me we've had them since the beginning, though. If you truly have unshakable faith, the word spoke by him is all you need to know. Just keep in mind the word is literal. It will get you lifted. Daily prayers the mineral. The impact that you have on another human being will be the thing that can heal or kill. So take a deep breath and do what you will. I just hope for another at some point you kneel. Some way, somehow, I just know that on your path, you're, you're going to want to see in others how you want to feel. I know the deal. In my life, I've had to deal. I'm the first to admit my sins. God's broke me in. Man, I swear, I'm in these lines. I hope to reach someone in time so I can free some minds. So say this with me. Please give me strength that I won't give up. Through you, I'm enough. You said, I'm the way, the truth, the light. I say, I finally know what is meant by true love. That's the first verse. Okay, I'm gonna go to the second verse here, and I'm gonna try to make it all the way down without having to pause here. Okay, go down a little more. All right, okay. Okay, second verse of my song. It's called the Big G. See, the blessing was in the resurrection. He rose from death. They never really killed him. Oh, and trust me, when you fully know it, it's so fulfilling. It's such a soulful feeling. I love that feeling. But I know I know I will never be too proud or boast too loud. But at the same time, never silenced by these inner feelings. Demons all around. Even Jesus was offered, or I'm sorry, demons all around. Even Jesus was offered all the world's kingdoms. He said he didn't need them. So what's that tell you? We don't either. The kingdom of heaven is with them to believe. And right now, as I speak, we're living out the great deception started by the one, the only deceiver. These wounds go so deep, only takes a second to see the pain that's infected us all. So let's break free. I got the recipe. Faith and positivity can build a world of endless possibilities. Is that what God truly wants of me, to build you up? Because if so, I volunteer. Together, let's traverse the seas. There's no distance I won't go lyrically to let you know it's okay. You can let that pain go. Even though the past feels so real and you're afraid to deal, we're his kids. Let that seed grow. See, strength is in numbers. I help you, you help me. We never sleep on each other, never slumbered. I know the story. Jesus was in these streets preaching and teaching, unashamed. Even through all the persecution, he remained unchanged. And this message must be attained. Don't miss out on the beauty between these lines. He's pure love. He put it in the Bible lines. We want things in our time, but never give him time. His book collects dust. I challenge you. Just pick it up one time. And that's it. Yep. That's gonna be my opener there. My my lyrics. So hopefully that didn't sound too bad, but it is what it is. All right. Let's get started officially. All right. Let me go to my screen here. Okay. And I'm gonna add this, and I'm gonna go over here and make this bigger. All right, guys. This is the second part of the this is number 2 of 3 videos. Let's put it that way. About the primer fields and plasma and the communication links between stars and between nebula and galaxies. It's all just one. As the sky turns, it all turns together. So people have to realize the simplicity of, yes, everything is connected, right? There is only one creation, and it's all functions at one point, and that point is a never-ending now point. All right, so this is the second video of the primer fields, and let's get to it. Hope you enjoy, man. And everyone's welcome. I'll put a link. I'll pin it to the top of the chat there. All right, thanks, guys, and welcome.
In the Primer Fields Part 1, it was shown how 2 magnetic bowls of opposite magnetic polarity would form a variety of plasma structures within a vacuum chamber. The color and shape of these plasma structures were clearly determined by the following factors: the shape of the magnetic poles, the spacing and orientation of the magnetic poles, the type of purging gas that was used, the vacuum level within the vacuum chamber, the electrical voltage used, the polarity of the direct current electricity used in the experiment, and the positioning of the electrodes within the vacuum chamber. All of these factors influence the shape of the plasma formations within the vacuum chamber. In the Primer fields Part 1, the plasma formations were often shown starting out with long arcs that gradually transitioned into a stable formation. This startup transition was due to a change in the vacuum level alone. Once the vacuum level is stabilized at the correct level for the plasma formation desired, the light emitted by the glowing plasma can be turned off and on instantly. So the electricity is not responsible for the fields that form the plasma formations. The electrical polarity determines how the plasma conforms to the fields, but the fields are not at all formed by the electricity. A reversal of the electrical current that causes the plasma to glow will cause an entirely different pattern to be revealed in the vacuum chamber. But this is due to a simple polarization change in the plasma, which reveals a different aspect of the same field structure. The electrical polarity is not causing the fields to change, it is just changing how the plasma responds to the fields. Here we see the instantaneous effects of this electrical polarity reversal, as the DC electrical supply is switched between polarity states, just as you would flip a light switch on and off. In the Primer fields Part 1, it was shown how these opposing bowl-shaped magnetic field emitters control the formations of both steel and magnetic balls around the magnetic poles. It was also shown how 5 mm steel balls formed geometric patterns in the nucleus area between the two magnetic poles. We also saw that these steel balls repelled each other because of the magnetic field that was induced into each of them in the nucleus area. The magnetic bowls also induce magnetic fields into ordinary steel balls both inside the bowls and around the bowls. The induced magnetic fields then cause the steel balls to all repel each other, and at the same time the fields of the magnetic bowls confine the steel balls into organized rings and patterns. It is very clear that these magnetic bowl-shaped fields impart order into the matter around them, whether in the vacuum chamber or outside the vacuum chamber. It was also shown how one of these magnetic bowls would induce a magnetic field into an ordinary steel ball, which then caused the steel ball to be repelled away from the bottom of the bowl. Then, by utilizing what we learned in the laboratory experiments, we were then able to come to understand the structures we find in space better than ever before. We discovered that we could now show how galaxies, stars, nebula, and most all other structures that we find in space could be explained without requiring black holes, dark matter, or dark energy. That brings us to part 2 in the Primer-Field series. To begin with, we are going to explore the magnetic substructures that are found within these magnetic poles. The reason for the glowing rings that we see inside the magnetic bowls in the vacuum chamber will be explained in this section of the Primer fields. Understanding the function of these rings is critical to understanding how fusion works in the stars. It will also be shown how the bubbles inside the magnetic bowls are caused by magnetic confinement, and how these magnetic bubbles are related to the ejection jets that are emitted from the top of these bubbles. This animation shows a magnetic bowl. In the bottom of the bowl, we find 3 magnetic substructures. Now we will slice the bowl in order to get a better view of these magnetic substructures. I have named these magnetic substructures the confinement dome, the flip ring, and the choke ring. A regular compass is much too large to properly map the fields within the magnetic bowls, so a much smaller magnetic compass was fabricated to map the fields in and around the magnetic bowls. The red and blue arrows shown here indicate magnetic orientation and the direction of the flow of matter in and around the magnetic bowl. The red arrows indicate magnetic north, and the blue arrows indicate magnetic south. Here we see a magnetic sphere being used to reveal the shape of the confinement dome. Here we see a string of magnets being used to show the magnetic field lines in and around the magnetic bowl. Here we see an example of the ejection forces that exist within the magnetic poles. Then we see that this ejection force can be extremely strong. So just as we see in the plasma experiments in the vacuum chamber, we see that these ejection jets start at the top of the confinement dome and shoot out of the bowl in line with the axis of the bowl. Then when we take this knowledge and apply it to the Vela pulsar, we find some incredible validation of this theory. Notice how perfectly the bowl shape, flip ring, and ejection jets all match with the structure of the Vela pulsar. Once more, we see a magnetic sphere being used to reveal the shape of the confinement dome in the bottom of the magnetic bowl. The only way for the magnetic sphere to get under the confinement dome is for it to enter at the flip ring at the base of the confinement dome. Once under the confinement dome, the magnetic sphere is trapped under the confinement dome. If the magnetic sphere is forced above the confinement dome, we see that it is ejected up and then once again held above the confinement dome by the magnetic forces within the bowl. Now we have an animation showing how magnetic matter would react inside of the magnetic bowl. For now, we will be focusing on the function of the flip ring. The red and blue balls are labeled to indicate north and south magnetic polarity, red for magnetic north and blue for magnetic south. So as you can see, all the particles within the magnetic bowl are drawn to the flip ring, where they then enter the area under the confinement dome. Notice how at the flip ring, the balls flip magnetic orientation. That is why I call it the flip ring, because it flips the magnetic orientation of the matter passing through it. This animation shows how particles of matter flow inside these magnetic bowls. The particles of matter entering the bowl are each induced with a magnetic field of their own. Then these particles of matter are drawn down to the flip ring, where they violently flip magnetic orientation and then become trapped under the confinement dome and above the choke ring. This flow of matter continues until the supply of available matter is exhausted. These bowl-shaped magnetic fields act as matter compressors. They will compress available matter until there is nothing left. That is why there is a vacuum in space. Most all of the available matter has been compressed so that all that remains in space is a vacuum. Now we will take a look at the function of the choke ring. Shown here are steel balls that are held in place at the choke ring. The balls are free to rotate around the choke ring, but they resist exiting out the bottom of the bowl or going back up into the bowl. The flow of matter is choked at the choke ring, which is why I call it the choke ring. The choke ring in the bottom of the blue bowl, or the south magnetic bowl, functions exactly the same, except the magnetic polarity of the choke matter is reversed. So here in the bottom of this bowl in the vacuum chamber, the glowing ring is the flip ring. In this view, we see how the flow of plasma is choked down as it goes through the hole in the bottom of the bowl. This is the choke ring at work, confining the plasma magnetically into a narrow stream. Now we are going to take a look at another magnetic substructure that exists below the bottom of the magnetic bowl. I refer to this area as the flip point. The flip point is in line with the axis of the bowl. Here we see the microcompass being used to show how the flip point flips the magnetic orientation of matter at the flip point. Past the flip point, matter is held away from the bottom of the bowl, but inside the flip point, matter is drawn into the bottom of the bowl. In this demonstration, notice that the steel ball is pulled towards the flip point and then held at the flip point by the interaction of the magnetic fields of the bowl and the induced magnetic field of the steel ball. This flip point repulsion is the reason we see the ejection of matter from the bottom of the Vela pulsar. In January of 2013, the Chandra X-ray Observatory released this series of images showing the flow of matter around and into the Vela pulsar. As you can clearly see, the matter is ejected out the top and out of the bottom of the Vela pulsar. Most of the matter coming out of the bottom of the Vela pulsar then moves up towards the top of the Vela pulsar's magnetic bowl, where it flows back down to the flip ring in the Vela pulsar. You can even see the evidence of the confinement dome above the flip ring in the bottom of the Vela pulsar's magnetic bowl. Despite what we have been told, the pulsation of the Vela pulsar is not due to a rapidly rotating neutron star. That is just what was theorized before the discovery of bowl-shaped magnetic fields. In a bowl-shaped magnetic field, the confinement dome is constantly trying to confine all the matter beneath it. But when the energy of this confined matter becomes too great, some of this confined energy escapes. Located at the top of the confinement dome is its weakest point, and this is where the confined energy escapes. In other words, this point in the confinement dome acts as a relief valve. If you Google relief valve chatter, you will see that relief valves can come to a point where they will release pressure in very rapid pulses. In other words, the relief valves will oscillate. Since the confinement dome is acting as a relief valve, it can come to a state where it is rapidly pulsing as it releases a burst of energy and then closes again, cutting the flow of energy being released. Since the confinement dome is operating as an electromagnetic relief valve, it can release these bursts of energy at very high frequencies. So pulses of energy can be rapidly released and then stopped immediately by this action of the confinement dome. This is why some pulsars exhibit these rapid pulses of energy that can suddenly stop and then restart hours or even days later. If we look at how these bowl-shaped magnetic fields function in the vacuum chamber, we see that they also emit energy in rapid pulses. In the ejection jet of HH-111, we can see very definite pulses in the matter ejected. By comparing the jet of HH-111 with a jet that is externally electrically driven in the vacuum chamber, we see that they have dramatically different structures. HH-30 is another example of bowl-shaped magnetic fields with the ejection jets in line with the axis of HH-30. The externally electrically driven plasma jet, as shown in the lower image, is very steady and it fades gradually, whereas the jet of HH-111 has dramatic pulse formations and a sudden cutoff at the tip. The structure we see in the jet of HH-111 does not fit with what would be found in an externally electrically driven plasma jet. So I must conclude that the jet of HH-111 is not externally electrically driven. This same logic would apply to the jet of M87. This jet is not a continuous structure that would be expected if this was truly externally electrically driven, as the jet on the right is. But we do see the common overall shape of the jets due to the shared magnetic bowl structure responsible for the jets in both M87 and the jets in the vacuum chamber. As we examine the Crab pulsar, we see that it is also easily explained with a bowl-shaped magnetic field. Here we can see the knot-like pulses that are emitted by the magnetic bowls in the vacuum chamber. Also notice how the plasma is choked down by the choke ring as it flows up into the upper bowl. You can find a lot more information out about pulsars on my Facebook page. This includes a very interesting study on pulsars that was released in January of 2013. This study brings further validation to the theories of pulsar behavior presented in the Primer fields. Now we are going to look at supernova remnants. Supernova remnants are all that are left of a star after it explodes or goes supernova. Astrophysicists believe that all of these bubble-type supernova remnants once had a star in the middle of them. Then they believe that the bubble we see is a shell of gas moving away from where the exploding star once was. But I am now going to show you that this concept is incorrect. So we need another explanation for what formed these bubble-type supernova remnants. Occam's razor is accepted in science as a way to determine which solution to a problem is most likely the correct one. The goal when using Occam's razor is to provide the simplest solution possible. Therefore, in line with Occam's razor, I'm going to show you a very simple explanation of the forces behind bubble-type supernova remnants. The solution you are about to see would apply to all bubble-type supernova remnants, as well as many other bubbles that are observed in space. As you may have expected, the solution is found in bowl-shaped magnetic fields. So here again we see the confinement dome, the flip ring, and the choke ring. Particles of matter are drawn down into the magnetic bowl and down to the flip ring. The particles of matter flip magnetic orientation at the flip ring and then become trapped under the confinement dome. As the matter continues to accumulate under the confinement dome, it causes the confinement dome to swell in size. In other words, the bubble is continually growing. This is why when they measure these bubble-type supernova remnants, they are found to be expanding. Notice the lip at the bottom of Tycho's supernova remnant. This is where the flip ring is located. Then we have supernova remnant SN 1006. Notice the appearance of the top of this bubble. Notice the axial formation up through the middle of this supernova remnant. There are times when the internal pressure of the bubble is too great and the magnetic bubble will fail at its weakest point. The choke ring may also allow some matter to escape out of the bottom of the bowl. This is exactly what we find in the Jellyfish Nebula. Scientists have studied supernova remnants with a wide variety of instruments. When you carefully check all this data, you will find that it all conforms to the theories of supernova remnant formation presented in the Primer fields. One of the most thoroughly studied supernova remnants is SN 1006. This image of SN 1006 shows what is seen in wavelengths of light visible to the human eye. Now added to the Hubble image, we have that which is seen in other wavelengths by other telescopes. Where the magnetic field is the strongest is at the choke ring, and this is also where matter is compressed to the greatest density. This is why the choke ring area of SN 1006 is the only part of SN 1006 visible to the human eye. This is where matter has the highest density and becomes visible. Notice that other images of SN 1006 and other wavelengths also conform to the structure that would be expected within a bubble formed by a bowl-shaped magnetic field. Here we see the flow of matter going down to the flip ring, and the ejection of matter out of the top and out of the bottom of SN 1006. Notice that this matches the flows that we saw earlier in the Vela pulsar. Then we have this very interesting supernova remnant. I will just let the images do the talking. Then as we observe the Ring Nebula, we also see that it too is actually formed by a bowl-shaped magnetic field. So based on what we now know about how bubbles are truly formed in space, the massive bubble structures that have been discovered in our own Milky Way galaxy make complete sense. Then we have this new study that I just received this morning, which also confirms the theories presented in the Primer fields. The magnetic nature of our universe is undeniable. The formation of Eta Carina is no longer the mystery that it once was. The Eskimo Nebula is also easy to understand once you realize that it too is formed by bowl-shaped magnetic fields. Notice the bubbles inside of the nebula referred to as M29. So now that you know the patterns to look for, you will see that there are many confirmations of the Primmerfield's theories found throughout the universe. In this image of CMIS 147, we see the flip ring, the choke ring, and we can see the matter ejected out of the top of CMIS 147 at less than escape velocity, and therefore the ejected matter is drawn back down to the flip ring of CMIS 147. In this image of the Rosette and Cone Nebula, we can find 3 magnetic bowls with bubbles in the bottom of them. There is one bowl on the right, one faint bowl in the middle, and of course the large bowl with the bubble in the bottom that we see here. The bubble nebula is clearly in the bottom of a bowl. Then active galaxy NGC 4438 is shown here with the bubble that it contains. By now, you don't even need me to show you the bowl-shaped magnetic fields that form the infamous Hourglass Nebula. You can even see the confinement dome down inside the Hourglass Nebula. So let's review the basic structure inside these bowl-shaped magnetic fields. The red bowl represents north magnetic orientation, and the blue bowl represents south magnetic orientation. The shape of the magnetic substructures within the red and blue bowls is identical, except they are of opposite magnetic orientation. In stars, the 2 bowls would be at the poles of the star, and the flip point would be the focal point, or the nucleus, of the star. In the Primer Fields Part 5, we will look at how these fields function in the Sun, including why the Sun flips magnetic polarity every 11 years and the true reason behind the solar cycle. Notice that in the vacuum chamber experiments, you can see that there is a brighter inner magnetic bubble in the middle of the outer magnetic bubble. In other words, there is a bubble within a bubble. In NGC 3918, we also see a bubble within a bubble. Then the Cat's Eye Nebula also has a bubble inside of a bubble formation that cannot be explained by the currently accepted theories. But when we apply the Primer Fields approach, you will see that these bubble-in-bubble structures are very easy to explain. So as you can clearly see, all of these bubble in a bubble type formations are very easy to understand once you actually know the real truth. There are also rings observed in space, and here you can see how these rings can be formed between two bowl-shaped magnetic fields. Then we see again how the Red Square Nebula could be formed between two bowl-shaped magnetic fields. Now we are going to take a look at how these bowl-shaped magnetic fields are responsible for what has been discovered in and around Saturn. Saturn's rings are so pronounced because the rotational axis and the magnetic axis of Saturn are exactly aligned with each other. Saturn is the only planet in our solar system with this exact alignment, and that is why rings are not as defined around other planets as they are on Saturn. The rings around Saturn are held in place by the bowl-shaped magnetic fields, just as the disk of plasma is in the vacuum chamber experiments. The spokes that appear in the rings of Saturn have long been a mystery. But when you apply what we learned in the vacuum chamber experiments, the cause of these spokes become very clear. Notice that these spokes are at a tangent to the surface of Saturn. Notice how the burst of plasma emissions from the center of the vacuum chamber are also at a tangent to the rapidly rotating core in the vacuum chamber. When we overlay the vacuum chamber video with the images of Saturn and its rings, the solution to the source of the spokes in Saturn's rings becomes obvious. Then we can see that the Primer Fields theories also clearly show the true reason behind the polar auroras on Saturn. Shown here is the basic magnetic field structure that exists around Saturn. Then this image of Saturn's North Pole captured the interest of the whole world. But it's not really that difficult to explain once you understand the theories and concepts presented in the Primer Fields. If you look closely, you will even see the magnetic bubble in the middle of this image. Then, of course, we have the intriguing hexagonal pattern seen in the pole of Saturn. Around the axis of these bowl-shaped magnetic fields, we find that these fields will cause matter to form these regular polygonal shapes. In the ring of steel balls around the nucleus in this image, we also see this polygonal effect. So as you can see, most all of the mysteries of Saturn are very easy to explain when you apply the theories that you have learned in the Primer Fields. Now let's take a look at Jupiter. Here we see that Jupiter's magnetic axis and rotational axis are not quite aligned, and that is why the rings of Jupiter are not as pronounced as the rings around Saturn. Notice the appearance of the polar areas of Jupiter. This image from NASA reveals the ring formations around Jupiter. These views of the poles of Jupiter reveal very organized patterns about its axis. Next to the red asterisks, notice the dark spots on Jupiter as they rotate by. Now notice these same type of flows on the bowls in the vacuum chamber. You can see the fingers of plasma on the lower bowl in this image. Then with the larger bowls, we also see the same type of pattern next to the glowing sphere. So by applying the theories presented in the Primerfield series, we can see that we now have a very logical explanation for the patterns that we observe on the surface of Jupiter. That brings us to the end of the Primerfields Part 2. In this installment, we learned about the magnetic substructures that are found within the bowl-shaped magnetic fields. You learned about how ejection jets truly function. You were shown clear proof of bowl-shaped magnetic fields at work in the Vela pulsar. The forces at work in bubble-type supernova remnants were also revealed. We also saw that bubble-in-bubble type nebula are easily explained using the theories presented in the Primerfields. Then we ended with a brief discussion of the forces at work in and around Saturn and Jupiter. In the Primerfields Part 3, we will be exploring the wave-particle nature of matter. This will include an in-depth examination of light and the reason it exhibits the dual nature that we find in the infamous double-slit experiment.
These stories starts gaining traction, something suddenly changes. Visibility drops, reach collapses, and the video gets quietly pushed into the shadows. So if this compilation disappears, now you'll know why. We start with the story of a man whose discoveries could have rewritten reality itself, but he died in a strange plane crash. And the CIA quietly scooped up his life's work. Years later, they released only fragments. The rest, locked away.
That is classified as a non-physical reality. The nervous system is the thing that is evolving, and the nervous system is supported by a skeleton of bones and muscles and tissue, etc., etc. The nervous system is that thing that gives us that picture of our realities. That is, our realities, that reality which you see all around you, the flowers and the chairs and the microphones and the teacup, is given to us by our senses. Yeah. We don't see light which is beyond UV and beyond infrared. We hear only a limited scale of vibrations, like, for instance, we hear anywhere from 52 to 20,000 maximum. In other words, all our senses are limited. So, with these limited senses, we naturally are seeing through a very narrow kind of tube or very narrow slit in the total reality there is. Now, as you're evolving, what happens is that slit opens up more and more and more. So you see more and more of that reality, and we assume that we see different realities. They're not very different realities, but rather a very extended, broad view of one very large reality.
Fortunately, his wife preserved rare material they never expected to surface. Material describing physical and biological effects that current science still can't fully explain. The kind of discoveries that attract intelligence agencies, not publishers. But before we dive into the first suppressed story, there's something happening right now that feels eerily similar. A new kind of revolution is rising, and those who ignore it are going to be left behind. You've probably noticed how fast AI is evolving. Jobs shifting, skills becoming obsolete overnight. But here's the catch. Those who learn AI early will be the ones shaping the future, not being replaced by it. That's why today's sponsor actually makes perfect sense. Outskill, the world's first AI-focused learning platform, is hosting a 2-day live AI mastermind this Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern. It's normally $395, but for the first 1,000 people who join through my link, it's completely free. In just 16 hours, you'll learn directly from experts who work with Microsoft and NVIDIA, including how to use AI to simplify daily tasks, build automations that save hours every week, create AI agents that think and act for you, make videos and images using AI, no experience needed, and even build income models powered by AI. Outskill is rated 4.9 out of 5 on Trustpilot, and more than 10 million professionals have attended this exact training. And if you join both days, you unlock over $5,100 in bonuses, including the Prompt Bible, which includes 3,000 plus prompts, a roadmap to monetize AI, and a personalized AI toolkit builder. Seats are limited and they will go fast. So grab your free spot now through the link in the description and pinned comment. Or if it's easier, just scan the QR code on screen. All right, let's get back to the question that doesn't want to stay buried. Who decides what we are allowed to know? And what happens when someone goes too far?
Here is our reality, and here is the other reality, which we now have expanded. And we can be conscious on that level simultaneously with this level, so that we can actually have the benefit of both. And we can explore that reality and bring back the information. And this is, in fact, what Ben did. And the information that I will be talking about from now on was received in those states.
And when you hear Murtala describe his work, it clicks at the instant because this wasn't mysticism scattered in the wind. It was a system, a framework, almost like Bentov had traced the hidden architecture beneath everything we call real. And seeing those blueprints, you begin to understand why intelligence agencies were paying attention. Before his tragic death in 1979, Itzhak Bentov had already begun building something extraordinary. He wasn't content with meditation as a personal practice or science as a cold experiment. So, he made a map, a framework that explained why consciousness feels bigger than the body, why humans seem to evolve beyond survival, and why reality itself sometimes behaves like an illusion. He was convinced we weren't just bodies walking around, and there's a pattern that repeats itself whether you look at the nervous system or the entire universe. And after stepping into that map, you won't see reality the same way as before.
The nervous system is the thing that is evolving, and the nervous system is supported by a skeleton of bones and muscles and tissue, etc., etc. The nervous system is that thing that gives us the picture of our realities. That is, our realities, that reality which you see all around you, the flowers and the chairs and the microphones and the teacup, is given to us by our senses. Yeah. We don't see light which is beyond UV and beyond infrared. We hear only a limited scale of vibrations, like, for instance, we hear anywhere from 52 to 20,000 maximum. Mm-hmm. In other words, all our senses are limited. So, with these limited senses, we naturally are seeing through a very narrow kind of tube or very narrow slit in the total reality there is. Mm-hmm. Now, as you're evolving, what happens is that slit opens up more and more and more. So you see more and more of that reality, and we assume that we see different realities. They're not very different realities, but rather a very extended, broad view of one very large reality.
But here's the catch. You can't already exist on all these levels. You just can't see them. According to Bentov, nature is pulling us upward, whether we realize it or not. Evolution isn't done. It's carrying us from isolated humans into something far greater. And that's just the beginning, because Bentov believed the nervous system itself wasn't just showing us reality, it was hiding most of it. Think about your brain and senses for a second. You see colors, hear sounds, touch surfaces. But what if that's only a sliver of what's really out there? Bentov believed the nervous system works like a radio receiver. It only tunes into certain frequencies. Right now, we're stuck on one channel. Evolution, he said, is simply the process of widening the dial. And he didn't leave it at theory. In the 1970s, he strapped people into a device called the ballistocardiograph, measuring micro vibrations in the body. What he discovered blew him away. During deep meditation, the heartbeat, the breath, even tiny body movements all locked into rhythm, about 7 cycles per second. That's the same frequency as Earth's natural heartbeat, the Schumann resonance. In that state, the body itself becomes an antenna, resonating not just with itself, but with the planet. Here's how his wife Murtala explained it.
As an engineer, he looked at the body in terms of vibrating systems or oscillators. And in this case, there are 5: the heart aorta system, the brain itself, a cavity in the brain which is filled with fluid, a ventricle, and then the brain itself, the sensory cortex, and then all this results in an electromagnetic field around the head. So as the heart pumps blood through the aorta, it hits the bifurcation into the legs, and a certain plane wave is reflected up. The next pulse comes down, and the plane wave and the pulse clash, and it creates a disruption in the body. When the harmonious 7 hertz vibration is set up, it seems that the heart and the lungs begin to talk to each other, and they begin to work in harmony, so that a pulse comes down and waits for the reflection to come up, and they both go up together, and then the next pulse comes down, and there is no clash occurring anymore, and the body goes into resonance, triggering the next oscillator, which is the brain. And looking at the head, again, from the point of view of engineering, it's a rigid box resting on a resilient column, which is the spine.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. You just need a concept and a way to record it. Here's how it works. First, go to riverside.fm and open an account, and then you'll be able to capture high-quality video and audio from practically anywhere in the world. When it comes to editing, Riverside is perfect for beginners. Even if you have 0 experience, you can use their AI tools and intuitive editing features to create a professional-looking result. You can get transcriptions automatically and use them to edit like a doc, or you can use the chapter timeline feature, which makes it way easier just to skim and scan. Ready to share? Well, it's okay if you don't have an audience yet. Everybody starts somewhere, and Riverside has perfect tools to help you grow your audience, like live streaming if you're into that, or you can use their AI tools to create automated short clips that you can post on YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, and TikTok to increase your engagement. Your podcast really is just one click away with Riverside. Just bring your idea, we'll do the rest. Try it now, it's free.
If you want to dive into AI editing for your wedding photography, then today's video is going to be right up your alley. Hey, I'm Marcy from Heirloom Presets, and on this channel, I help photographers elevate their editing. And because AI is such a relevant topic right now, I thought I would give you some videos to help you learn all about it. In this video, I'm going to talk about a few things: which AI tool I'm actually talking about, why you should care about it, the step-by-step process of using my favorite software, Imagen AI, and how you can also try it out for free. There's so much helpful information in this video, so let's get started. There are a lot of AI tools all over the place for business and just life in general. So the AI tool that I'm referring to, it's not the Photoshop like generative AI, or it's not the Lightroom AI tools up here. That's different, but I am referring to the actual batch editing of your weddings, which we talk about wedding photography a lot on this channel, so I feel like this is really relevant for that. And just remember, this is for Lightroom Classic editing. It has to be classic, not mobile. What I'm going to show you today is how to reduce your bulk editing time, like batch editing, not, extra touch-ups and things, but just your overall editing in your editing style. For many photographers, this is probably the most time-consuming part. Let me give you a few reasons why you should care about this, and then we'll jump into this step by step. There are 1,000,001 things to do in your business.
What happens is, as the body goes up and down, the skull is vibrated, and the brain, which is a gel-like substance, is floating in a fluid, the cerebrospinal fluid, so that each time the body goes up, it's hitting the skull and then goes down, and so up and down it goes, and it creates a plane wave within the brain. The brain has a characteristic called piezoelectric, which means that when it's stimulated mechanically, it develops an electromagnetic field around it, which is this field right here eventually. So this is the second oscillator, which triggers the third. This is the fluid filled cavity in the brain called ventricle. And due to this regular vibration of 7 cycles or 7 hertz per second, a standing wave is created, is established in the ventricle, which again creates a very harmonious frequency. And this in turn triggers the sensory cortex. This is a cross-section of the brain. And this is a cross-section of the third ventricle filled with fluid. On top of the third ventricle is a drum-like surface with a bundle of nerve fiber crossing it, which connects the right and left brain hemispheres. And this is very important because as the fluid vibrates harmoniously, it activates this nerve fiber, and it harmonizes the 2 brain hemispheres. And we know that consciousness opens up when the synchronization of the functioning of the 2 hemispheres occurs. And then a certain current is established in the sensory cortex in the lobe of the brain. And as I said before, all this results in an electromagnetic field around the head, so that the head actually becomes an antenna capable of sending out and receiving information.
But that raises the real question. If the nervous system is a radio receiver, then what else are we not tuning into? That question led him straight into his most unsettling idea yet. Bentov said reality itself flickers. It's not continuous. It's like frames of a film reel switching on and off so fast we think it's solid, but it isn't. According to him, everything you see around you, your body, this room, even time itself, is more like a holographic projection. And even other scientists were circling the same idea. In 1971, Carl Pribram at Stanford proposed the holographic brain theory, saying memory isn't stored in one place, but across the whole brain, like a hologram. In 1980, physicist David Bohm doubled down in wholeness and the implicate order, suggesting the universe itself might be one giant hologram. If reality really is a hologram, then ask yourself, who are you? To Bentov, you're not just a single person moving through life. You're a fragment of a much bigger mind. Every thought you've ever had, every choice you've ever made, doesn't just stay with you. It ripples outwards across the entire field, which means you're never alone inside your head. You're already entangled in the mind of the universe.
We are dealing with 2 realities. One is this physical, solid reality that we get blue and black marks from, as he said, when we bump into it. But the information about it is given us by our senses. So that is our subjective reality. And so the 2 really are giving us the totality of our environment. So what is the objective physical reality? And let us look at the atom. If we magnify the atom and zero in on the electron, and now we think now we will get the answer to what physical matter is. But if we analyze the electron, all we find is an oscillating electromagnetic field. There's no physical matter as such. So we think, well, maybe the nucleus will give us the answer. And we zero in on the nucleus, and we find that it too is only an electromagnetic oscillating field in the void, because between the nucleus and the electron and outside of them, there is nothing but void. Ben drew an analogy between the electron and the pendulum by looking at the cross-section, as it were, of the atom and comparing it to reciprocal motion. In other words, we see the electron now on this side, now on the other side of the nucleus, which would be the pendulum motion. So what happens in the pendulum? It stops, it moves, stops, and moves again. In other words, it's action and rest, action and rest. If you took an actual pendulum and would swing it and attach a pen to it, and you would draw a piece of paper under it like this, it would describe a sine wave. Here the pendulum moved and stopped, moved and stopped. And reality really are the spaces between the points of rest. We perceive reality when there is motion. And reality is really nothing but oscillating fields in the void. And the reason I can touch this screen and I don't go through the floor is because my atoms or the electrons of my atoms are actually repelling the electrons of the floor. But if I would speed up my vibration, then I could very well go through the floor.
According to Bentov, the universe flickers like a hologram. Then we're only here part of the time. So the question is, where are we the rest of the time? In a hologram, every piece carries the whole image. That means you, right now, carry the universe with you. But Bentov believed humanity itself worked the same way. Each of us is like a pixel, small on our own, almost invisible. But when you put us together, we don't just light up. We form the picture, the whole consciousness. But think about what that means. Your thoughts, your actions, even your emotions might be feeding into something far bigger than you can see. The collective human hologram. And if that's true, then humanity isn't just stumbling forward blind. We're evolving as one organism, guided by patterns we barely understand. And that realization leads to a chilling possibility. If all of humanity is part of one mind, who or what is doing the guiding?
And he explained the hologram in terms of 3 pebbles being dropped into a pizza pan filled with water.
A collection is a grouped article published to a journal. It is usually edited by expert guest editors.
Publishing isn't just about getting the research out there. It's about making an impact, and collections help researchers do exactly that.
Collections provide a platform to.
And you drop these pebbles simultaneously into the water. So it sends out these wavelets that reach every point on the surface of this water. If we take this water now, which resulted in a pattern of wavelets that now clash into one another, all this information about the pebbles, and it's called the interference pattern. In cross-section, it would look like that. And if you quick freeze the water and you get a piece of ice like this, which is actually a photograph of all the information about these pebbles. And then you take what is known as coherent light, or light where all the rays are of the same frequency, a laser light, and you shine it through this interference pattern. Lo and behold, you see the 3 pebbles reconstructed 3-dimensionally in space. This is the important part of the hologram, that all the information is contained in this pattern, and every point of this pattern contains that information, because if by mistake you break this piece of ice and you end up with a little sliver of it and you shine the same light through it, you will still get your 3 pebbles. It will actually look something like that. And here, if you shine this coherent light, the 3-dimensional object gets reconstructed. Now, if instead of those 3 pebbles, we substitute 3 individuals, because we, like the pebbles, are constantly sending out information about ourselves in a variety of ways. And all these fields are interacting, creating a hologram, an interference pattern. And you could say that human consciousness is one big hologram of information about humanity as a whole. We are one mind, one consciousness.
Imagine smoke rising in a circle, looping around and feeding back into its own center. That, Bentov said, is how the universe breathes. Everything, from galaxies to human bodies, follows this toroidal pattern. Energy flows out, curves around, and comes back in, creating balance. Even your heart produces a toroidal electromagnetic field, measurable with modern instruments. In fact, a 2014 paper in Nature Physics described plasma structures in the lab forming stable toroidal patterns, the same shape Bentov said was written into the universe itself. But he didn't just mean this as a shape in space. He meant it as a cycle of consciousness. The universe expands, contracts, and learns from itself. Every birth, every death, every flicker of human experience, all part of this endless toroidal flow.
This would be the structure then. This is the core of the structure, which is called torus, T-O-R-U-S, a melon-like structure. And matter emerges from the center in the same sequence as we saw before, condensing from light radiation, from photons to stable particles, and so on. Then it expands, and visualize this as a three-dimensional form, goes around and gets pulled back in upon itself into the black hole. This is a white hole and a black hole back to back. This is the gravitational collapse as galaxies are pulled in to the black hole and then re-emerge as energy again on another round to go around and around again. And each time matter goes around, it gets refined. Its consciousness is on the next rung of the spiral. Remember that every speck of matter on the surface of this torus is sending out information about itself. Our galaxy does, and so does a galaxy and many other galaxies which have gone ahead of us, so that the information that is being sent out gets interwoven into one web of information about the entire structure. This is the information that one can tap in those higher states of consciousness and in fact enter the knowledge that's available about the entire structure, because we are a part of this hologram, that little sliver that still retains some of that information. And by tuning into the totality of the hologram, we can have the information about every part of it. And that's exactly what Ben did.
Now here's where it gets strange. Bentov claimed that death is less like falling into darkness and more like waking up from a dream. In his view, the soul sheds the body the way a diver sheds a wetsuit. Not destroyed, just stepping into another environment. A 2014 resuscitation study on near-death experiences found that many patients reported vivid perceptions, even when their brain had flatlined. Stories of tunnels, lights, or overwhelming peace. Details that eerily echo Bentov's descriptions years earlier. To him, rebirth wasn't some abstract religious promise. It was a mechanical certainty. Just as water evaporates, condenses, and rains down again, so too does consciousness recycle through the great cosmic system. You've been here before, he argued, and you will be again. But here's the question Bentov never fully answered. If we keep looping through life and death, like sparks in a current, who or what is keeping the cycle running? And this is where Bentov's story takes a turn from mystic philosophy to government files. In the 1980s, the CIA quietly declassified a series of documents known as the Gateway Process.
That is classified as a non-physical reality.
And once you understand that, the suppression makes sense. Next, we go even deeper. A discovery capable of providing near infinite clean energy, buried under ridicule the moment it appeared. The man who exposed the cover-up called it one of the greatest crimes against humanity, and he paid the ultimate price not long after speaking out.
They came up with bogus straw man arguments against it, did politicking and story planting in the press, and I eventually realized that there was a rotten game going on.
Could you give a bit more about the motivation of why someone would want to be destructive of good news?
Well, they were very fearful. They realized that it was real and then tried to suppress it.
We found a rare recording of his testimony. It was recorded on April 23, 1998. It's raw, unpolished, and unsettling. His words are too important to filter or reinterpret, so you hear them exactly as he said them. Listen carefully.
So there was a compulsion by the Secretary of Energy in the new Bush administration to get to the bottom of this. And so I had to tell the press what the status was, and I had to ask them. I had to find spokespeople. There became, I must say, one very positive person toward very quickly at MIT, whose name was Professor Peter Hagelstein in electrical engineering. And when he came out with that theory at MIT, there was hell to pay, and he has paid a very big price. Basically, they threatened his tenure subsequently. They threatened him in many other ways. And frankly, to this day, they have it out for him and will probably make sure, that is the physicists in the physics department, etc., that he never gets tenure as a full professor. He is an associate professor now. As far as I'm concerned, this is so disgraceful that it is one of the most disgraceful acts perpetrated at MIT. And if that persists, MIT might as well just evaporate its so-called reputation.
On March 23, 1989, the unthinkable happened. At the University of Utah, two respected chemists stood before cameras and announced they had split the atom, not in a reactor, but in a glass jar. Heavy water, palladium, and a trickle of current producing more energy than it consumed. If real, it meant infinite, clean power from ordinary water. For a brief moment, the world believed the future had arrived, but almost as quickly, the miracle of the century was branded the joke of the decade.
What happened was that on March 23rd, 1989, something caught us all by surprise. In the afternoon, there was an announcement by Drs. Martin Fleischmann and Stanley Pons at the University of Utah, stating that they had performed what appeared to be some type of nuclear process in a small vessel, a jar, a test tube, as it were, of heavy water with palladium. More heat was coming out, they said, than could possibly be accounted for by the electricity going in and any known chemical reactions.
Even when the laughter died down, one man refused to move on. Eugene Malov, an engineer with degrees from MIT and Harvard. Unlike many of his colleagues, Malov didn't dismiss the Utah team outright. He had seen too much to believe the story was over. And when internal data from MIT's own replication experiments crossed his desk, he noticed something disturbing. The early draft charts showed signs of excess heat in heavy water experiments, exactly what Pons and Fleischmann had claimed. But in the final version, the curves looked different. The upward trace of energy had been pushed downward, flattening out the evidence. To Malov, it was not an accident. It was a deliberate adjustment designed to erase a positive signal. Malov knew what he had seen, and by speaking out, he crossed a line few dared to cross. Years later, he would pay the ultimate price.
On July 10th, the data that was in the MIT draft report, as made by one individual on the team of 16, showed excess heat, on the graph at least, the semi-processed raw data, you might say. There it was, excess heat in the heavy water experiment, no excess heat in the light water experiment. Now, and then there was text for that report, for that section of the report, the calorimetry part of the report, which they had very much de-emphasized because they weren't interested in that really. 3 days later, I had the comparison, what went into the final report, and which was published by the Journal of Fusion Energy and was widely touted, and the conclusion was in the DOE report. They had kept the light water experiment, the control experiment. They had done the appropriate time averaging in hour. They had averaged over each hour and made 1 point. That was okay. So what you saw in the control experiment case where there was no excess heat, you saw it get averaged and you saw the curve and you could overlay them. And this one could be, this new curve, which was to be published, you could see how it was legitimately the reflection of the earlier unaveraged raw data, okay? But in the case of the heavy water situation, these curves were utterly unlike one another. One had been radically shifted downward, and it turned out later that that was even worse than I thought. I thought they had just taken the whole data and just shifted it down, and I searched for a reason why that would have been done, and there was no reason. I did some detective work behind the scenes to find out if there was a legitimate reason. There was no legitimate reason, and there never has been and never will be. And furthermore, it has been analyzed by others in a more sophisticated way than the analysis I applied. And they found out that there was absolutely no way whatsoever of taking the data from the preliminary July 10th version and going to the July 13th version, which was 89, which was published, and ever coming up with that by what is called a linear transformation. It had to be highly manipulated. And in other fields, we would call that fraud. And I state that it was fraud.
This was no trivial slip. MIT's published report became one of the most influential documents used to discredit cold fusion around the world. According to Malov, Those altered graphs gave skeptics the ammunition they needed to declare the field dead. If the nation's top technical university couldn't reproduce the results, then clearly the whole thing was nonsense. Or so the narrative went. But Malov insisted the truth was far messier. He called it what no one else dared to: fraud.
And furthermore, in the entire bigger picture, forgetting now for the moment just that curve shifting, which is fraud, okay? The big picture is that they used their conclusions, which were totally inappropriate, to continue the charade to 1998 and onward, that there's nothing to cold fusion. The big university MIT and its experts concluded that it was nonsense. That's the worst fraud. But if someone wants to get the real smoking gun and say, did they ever do an experiment that looked like it might be promising, they were duty-bound to publish that experiment and say, if they wanted, okay, here are the error bars that show the errors we might have made there. And so we look at that curve and we say that it really doesn't prove what Pons and Fleischmann was doing. In fact, they also wrote in the language there, and they changed the language from July 10th through July 13th and showed that they were matching their negative conclusion to the shifting of the data. I would not have objected if they had just showed the data and said, we don't think that means it's cold fusion, and it's not. But I think most people would then have looked at the data and would have said, how can you say there's nothing here? You've only done one experiment for 80 hours in a comparison test. You better go back and do that again. The lower echelon fellow at MIT, under no circumstances, would have presented to his boss, Ronald Parker, the shocking news that MIT was going to be forced to present a nominally positive result. He just couldn't do it. He couldn't bring himself to do it. He didn't have the integrity to do it. Had he the integrity to do it, the whole story would have been different.
They massaged the data, and in doing so, they rewrote history. But the graphs were only the beginning. What started in the basement of one university was about to reach the halls of government, where the final blow would be struck.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects.
By the summer of 1989, the excitement that once surrounded cold fusion had turned into a firestorm of controversy. The U.S. Department of Energy stepped in, forming a special panel of experts to give an official verdict. Scientists across the world waited anxiously. If the panel found the claims credible, billions could be redirected into a new line of research that promised unlimited energy. But if they ruled against it, the story would be over before it truly began. And the result came swiftly. By July, just a few short months after the Utah press conference, the panel declared there was insufficient evidence to support cold fusion. It was a death sentence written in bureaucratic language. With that single decision, government funding dried up. Universities that had been curious shut their doors. Promising researchers abandoned the field, fearing the label of pseudoscience. Patents tied to cold fusion were quietly rejected or stalled in the system. Those who dared to believe suddenly found themselves blacklisted, ridiculed, and without resources. For the establishment, it was easier to declare the matter finished than to risk undermining existing programs in hot fusion, which already commanded billions in funding, or to threaten the global energy economy built on oil.
We're not talking about a small issue here. This is not whether some obscure theory is right or wrong, and then this group is right and that group was wrong about how to theorize about something. This is the very lifeblood of civilization. This is energy. Thousands of children die every week or every day because they do not have clean water. And these small, compact energy sources, just as an example, could save their lives, okay? And we do not have that now. If the government had done the right thing and had at least been neutral about this, and had, instead of MIT hot fusioneers and propagandists, if they had not insisted on killing it to save their own funding, and they make large salaries, one in particular, they're the head of the hot fusion lab at the time. He now makes $500,000 a year, his house allowance plus his very high salary. What would have happened is that science would have proceeded in a reasonable way.
Now, it wasn't about the truth anymore. It was about protecting billion-dollar hot fusion budgets, political prestige, and the profits of fossil fuel empires. And when so much money and power are at stake, the knives always come out. But the real tragedy wasn't in Washington. It was in the world outside the lab. Malov said what was buried in 1989 could have saved countless lives had it been pursued with honesty and urgency. Imagine small, affordable power units bringing electricity to villages with no grid, purifying drinking water where children die daily from contamination, and replacing the burning of fossil fuels that choke the atmosphere. According to Malov, this wasn't just a scientific controversy, it was a lost opportunity that stretched across decades. Instead of developing a clean, virtually limitless energy source, humanity stayed locked in the same cycle of oil dependence, pollution, and energy poverty. While governments funneled billions into hot fusion machines that still can't break even after half a century, cold fusion research was left to wither on the margins, dismissed as fantasy. Malov believed that this delay cost millions of lives that could have been extended with cheap electricity, safe drinking water, and modern healthcare powered by abundant energy.
But frankly, the worst consequence for them, if they look themselves in the mirror, once all this technology is out and we're running non-fossil fuel sources, non-conventional fission sources, they will have to look themselves in the face and in the mirror and say, look what I did. I delayed a technology for many years. And that's why I think this is a very serious matter. This is not a game. This is not an academic exercise. This is life and death. And this is, above all, for the world, hope that was killed or temporarily killed in 1989. All right? The world needs a large dose of hope for many reasons. There's a lot of concern about the environment. And to have participated in a conspiracy, a public conspiracy, not a smoke-filled room conspiracy, a publicly acknowledged conspiracy almost, out in the open kind of conspiracy to kill an idea, and not an idea, but a real technology, as we now see, as commercial developments are occurring, is a disgraceful thing. Millions of people, in effect, have needlessly died. We will never get back the 9 years or so, or however you want to rate it, when it should have been taken seriously. All that time is gone and will never come back again. So whenever these devices are developed and used, that period of time of delay, which is on the order of 9 years, you could argue maybe 7 years, it's gone and won't come back.
His words were blunt. Millions died because it was suppressed. Even if you don't fully accept his numbers, the scale of what might have been lost is impossible to ignore. He didn't just warn the world, he lived the consequences of exposing it. Not long after making these claims public, he was found murdered in Connecticut. Because if there was even a fraction of truth in those early experiments, then the suppression of cold fusion wasn't just a mistake. It was one of the greatest crimes against humanity ever committed.
If you haven't given System Mechanic a serious look, you're missing out on one of the most popular PC optimization tools available. If you aren't all that tech savvy with Windows PCs, feel free to skip this video. However, if you're ready to help your family experience faster startups, snap your performance with fewer headaches and
They thought the verdict was final, but the truth has a way of clawing back from the grave. And in hidden labs across the world, the silence began to crack. Even after the US government and major universities declared cold fusion dead, not everyone walked away. In Japan, Italy, and a handful of smaller labs across the world, researchers quietly kept experimenting. They reported flashes of strange results, bursts of excess heat, unexplained energy outputs, and in some cases, signs of actual nuclear changes happening inside their devices. These were not the headlines of 1989, but scattered reports that suggested something important was still hiding in the data. One of the most intriguing threads came from Japan. At Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, a physicist named Yoshiaki Iwamura and his team pushed deuterium through palladium layered with other metals. To their surprise, they claimed to see elements shift, atoms apparently transforming into new elements. To mainstream science, it sounded impossible. But the experiments were repeated and observed, showing consistent patterns that demanded attention. These results hinted at processes that classical physics could not yet explain. In 2004, the Department of Energy revisited the subject. The official line was still skeptical, but this time the report acknowledged that there were anomalies worth testing. It was not an endorsement, but it was a crack in the wall that had been built in 1989.
Has already been exhibited in their experiments to evolve more than 1,000 times the chemical energy if you just burn that hydrogen. So even though today conventional hydrogen energy is the good thing, you have to make it somehow with energy. But what Randall Mills is saying at the Blacklight Power Corporation is that if we use this process that they've developed and patented in Australia, we can get 1,000 times the energy out of ordinary hydrogen, which means fill up your car with a tank full of water, 20 gallons of water or so, drive a 200 horsepower car, as he stated in our magazine, drive it at 60 miles an hour, 100,000 miles. That's what one tank full of water will do, according to his modest theory. According to cold fusion theory, a relatively smaller amount of water, not even a 20-gallon tank, appropriate kind of water and what have you, might drive the car millions of miles. So we're talking about a powerful agent of change here.
This isn't just censorship, it's control. And finally, the interview that almost never saw daylight. A retired lieutenant colonel who had access to the real Tesla files, the ones the public never saw. He claimed entire sections of physics were purposely removed, erased, because they unlocked energy that doesn't need fuel, and weapons that don't need warheads. He says agencies monitored him for the rest of his life.
By the way, it's a pleasure to do this because I would like to see Tesla get some decent press.
Yeah, that's what we call it. Let's rewind back to 19th century science. James Clerk Maxwell stood before a tangled web of equations, 20 unknowns describing the raw living force of electromagnetism. His math was heavy, written in quaternions, an advanced language few dared to understand. But what it captured was wild. Hidden interactions, deeper dimensions, the strange behavior of energy that didn't fit inside neat boxes. But then came Oliver Heaviside, a self-taught genius in his own right. Heaviside looked at Maxwell's complexity and trimmed it down. 4 simplified vector equations replaced the original 20. Cleaner, simpler, easier to teach. Textbooks hailed it as progress, but in doing so, something else happened. Entire layers of physical reality were written out of science. Gone were the extra variables, the strange symmetries, the unseen forces. And Tom Bearden didn't mince words. He called it castration. What we use today as Maxwell's equations are only a shadow of what Maxwell actually proposed.
The original electromagnetics written by Maxwell himself was written in an algebra called quaternions. What we mean here is a higher topology algebra in which you can do things in this kind of expression of electromagnetics that you can't do in vectors or tensors. Now, the real theory that Maxwell had, depending on who counts the equations and what they count, is something like 20 equations and 20 unknowns, to give some numbers to it. When Heaviside got through translating it into a much simpler algebra called vectors, which he helped create, and he wrote all the modern equations that are used as Maxwell's equations, not Maxwell himself. None of those ever appeared in anything by James Clerk Maxwell. When Heaviside modified it to a much easier algebra called vector analysis, which he helped complete the algebra itself, it consisted of some 2 equations or so with an extra equation thrown in, depending on the way you want to count that again. Certainly, if you want to count the full thing, 4 equations. So you can see a remarkable reduction in the amount of variations of things you could do. And that's what I mean when I say we previously had an electromagnetics that permitted lots of functioning that is no longer permitted by the kind of electromagnetics we're all taught to apply and use today. It's a subset of what can be done.
He warned the cut was a lock on a hidden door. Once science learned to erase what didn't fit, the pattern spread. And the next thing they chose to silence was far more dangerous: the other half of every wave that moves through our world. Think about it. When a string is struck, one wave travels down it, sharp, visible, full of motion. But something else stirs beneath it. A second wave, quieter, dampened, hidden inside the instrument's body. Physicists knew this, but when they wrote the wave equations that power nearly every machine in the modern world, they tossed out the silent half, the anti-wave. Not because it didn't exist, but because it complicated the math. The result? Every generation of scientists has been taught to throw away half of physical reality without even realizing it. Tom Bearden called it the greatest joke in science, because for over 100 years, students have been solving equations built on a lie.
Let's look now and see if there's any room for what Tesla was saying. And I want to tell you a story of the greatest joke on all of science in all of history, because you'll never understand Tesla till you know this joke. When they were trying to write the wave equation for the plucked string wave, of course, they were studying plucked stringed instruments. You have a taut string suspended between 2 points, in the body of an instrument. And they simply plucked the string various ways and watched the waves. They then wrote equations for the tensile forces and so forth in the string. They isolated the string. They assumed that there's nothing else happening but the string. And using the forces, and they still teach the sophomore students to do it this way, they derived the string wave equation. First of all, there is no such thing as a tight string independently existing apart from a holder anywhere in the world. There never will be. There is, however, a tight string which has equal and opposite forces in the ends of the holder that's holding the string and creating the tension on the string. If you will apply the same approach and ask yourself the full question, what system was perturbed? It was not just the tight string. It was the tight string plus the body of the instrument. What comes about is that every transverse string wave that occurred in the string, an equal and opposite highly damped wave occurred down in the body of the instrument. Every guitar picker, which I'm a very poor one, knows that the body of the instrument vibrates when you pluck the string. You depend on the characteristic of that for your sound.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. First, go to Riverside and open an account. When you're ready to record.
What happened, though, by throwing away the holder and the anti-wave in the holder, every time a mathematician or a physicist writes a wave equation, he has thrown away half the problem of the phenomena. The anti-wave still exists, but he threw it somewhere, usually into a highly damped system, and ignores it. The way he gets by with that at the end, where he has now described his reactions with the single wave equation, the transverse wave equation, the other wave reappears and he says, oh, that's Newton's third law reaction force, because it's always equal and opposite. Well, Newton's third law is not a law, it's a description. It is not a mechanism for what causes something at all. If you add back in the wave that is missing, guess what you get? You get equal and opposite waves in the vacuum. These waves are in fact longitudinal waves. They are more sound-like, and Tesla was right, and all the textbooks in the world are wrong.
The anti-wave didn't vanish. It dropped beneath the surface, into the vacuum, silent, invisible, but still alive. Modern quantum theory tells us the vacuum is anything but empty. A boiling storm of activity lives there. So what exactly did we silence when we cut those waves in half? If the missing wave is still humming in the dark, could it be more than just noise? Could it be power we were never meant to use? And if that hidden wave is still echoing beneath reality, then someone had to notice it. Someone had to hear what the rest of science chose to ignore. And one man did, and he swore the vacuum itself was alive. His name was Nikola Tesla. While the world applauded Hertz's discovery of transverse EM waves, Tesla stood alone. He declared the entire theory false. He believed the vacuum wasn't a dead void, but a living medium, pulsing like a gas. Not sideways ripples, but longitudinal waves. compression and release, like sound traveling through fog. To everyone else, this was fantasy, but Tesla had seen it. He started to build machines that didn't follow Hertz's laws. His waves were different, deeper, stranger, and full of potential. And while the textbooks dismissed him as deluded, something else happened in the background. Quietly, quantum physicists began describing the vacuum as a virtual particle flux, a seething sea of activity, eerily close to Tesla's own words. They used a new language, but the idea was old. Tesla's idea.
It was deeply involved in it. Tesla made several statements, for example, over and over, where he said, there are no transverse waves in the vacuum, no Hertz waves. The waves in the vacuum, I have already proved, he said, is like a gas. And the waves in it, therefore, are like sound waves. They're longitudinal waves. And he was indeed correct. Today, for example, in modern quantum mechanics, there is a vacuum, it is a medium, and it's a virtual particle flux. And so, indeed, the vacuum is a virtual gas by today's best physics. And Tesla was right. It is a longitudinal wave.
If Tesla was right about the waves in the vacuum, then the next question isn't whether they exist, it's what can be done with them. And Bearden claimed the answer was terrifying. Energy that doesn't just move, but hunts. Not all beams scatter. Some fight their way back. In optics labs, a phenomenon called phase conjugation showed that a distorted beam could reverse itself, retracing its path as if it remembered where it came from. Tom Bearden pushed this further. He claimed Tesla had already weaponized the effect, not with light, but with raw energy. Beams, he said, could pierce the earth and lock onto targets with unnatural precision.
So by self-targeting, I can hold a laser beam on a point. It doesn't have to be a booster or a defense or anything. I can hold a beam of energy onto a point that I have at a distance. That's the main thing by self-targeting. And in my own opinion, I reached the opinion that Tesla, in his telegeodynamics, had discovered how to do that with the mechanical waves. First of all, he could transmit the full wave through the earth, and he could cause the thing when it came back to be phase conjugated. Once he had a reflection from anywhere, he could narrow immediately into that point and put all his energy to that point. And today, there is a theoretical basis for it. I couldn't build such equipment, but I mean, there's a theoretical way to go to do that. And apparently, according to his statements, that's my interpretation of what he was doing. He was doing iterative phase conjugation and therefore able to focus his energy, regardless of what kind of route it followed, to the exact point he wanted it to go to on the other side of the earth.
Bearden believed Tesla's lost experiments may have been real demonstrations of self-targeting energy weapons, capable of seeking out reflection points anywhere on the globe. And one of those points, he suggested, may have been a remote patch of forest in 1908 Siberia, Tunguska.
Because of certain time sequences of some of his statements and incidents which actually happened, I think as a last desperate measure, while his installation at Long Island was still intact and still in operation, I believe he fired the electrical pulse of energy that blew down that forest in Siberia. Oliver Nicholson has done some very good work, for example, to look at the admittedly circumstantial evidence. We can't prove it at all. I just happen to hold to the thesis that it was his last-ditch effort to try to solve his problems that he'd lost with Morgan by focusing attention onto the absolute power that could be unleashed with this. And it failed. Nobody was interested.
The devastation was real. The cause? Still covered up. But the idea that energy could hunt, that could think, stuck like a splinter. And imagine if Tesla knew this energy could fire a beam through the earth and have it return home like a guided ghost. Then what kind of power were they playing with? And why hasn't the world admitted it? And then in the late 1970s, shortwave radio operators across the world began hearing it. An eerie mechanical tapping. Rhythmic, relentless. Tap, tap, tap. It cut through conversations, music, and military channels alike. No one knew where it came from, but soon, all fingers pointed to the Soviet Union. Moscow eventually confirmed the source, a massive over-the-horizon radar array near Chernobyl called the Duga system. They said it was part of a Cold War early warning network, designed to detect incoming missiles before they crossed Soviet airspace. But some experts weren't convinced. The power required to broadcast that far, and with such strange interference, was extreme.
There's been a lot of discussion on it, and, I guess the official realization was that, or calling it, was to say it's just simply over-the-horizon radars. Well, they built a lot of them. But if you look at it through the eyes of the scalar interferometry, and I mentioned the two references and have cited them in various papers, there are other work along that line too.
So we just got our first batch of photos back, and I sent those photos off 10 minutes ago. Now we'll go over here to download to review, and we're going to open Lightroom and see how they look. You can see right now as it's populating, wow, that profile just really aimed for skin tones, which I really, really liked. Especially here, the white balance and the exposure changed here. They just look really good, natural, not over processed. I would seriously just go ahead, export these and send them off. There's nothing I don't like about these photos. Man.
Watch me make a pitch deck in less than 60 seconds. First, I pick a template from Beautiful AI. They have hundreds of options that are all professionally designed with AI Smart Slides. You can also use their AI Presentation Maker to get a draft instantly. Just enter whatever it is you're working on and watch it generate a compelling presentation of AI Smart Slides. So much faster and easier. Not only will your slides look good, but Beautiful AI shows you the order you should present your information in and what the focus of each slide should be. In less than a minute, you've got something great looking and effective. The look and feel of these smart slides can be edited to follow your branding, tone, and of course, information, and you can review them and make any changes super easily. They also make it easier to further customize presentations based on what you need. For example, adding a team member or a data point. And if there's a slide you need, you can browse their collection of smart slide templates for whatever you're looking for. So check out Beautiful AI and start your free trial today.
If that approach is used in what seems to be what Tesla had done, if you use the Tesla approach to interpret it, now one is dealing with scalar interferometry and dealing with something that can do some rather astounding potential weapon effects. With the Tesla interpretation, one of the things that would result from that line of weapons, assuming they are used as scalar interferometry weapons, one of the great things that would emerge from them would be to produce controlled energy at a distance. For example, great huge balls of controlled electromagnetic energy, or if you pulse it, great blasts of electromagnetic energy at a distance. I mentioned the business of biasing the transmitters, where you can produce either heat, like an explosion, or you can produce a cold explosion, the sudden explosive withdrawal of energy from the distant area. And in books cited incidents that are representative of what one would find if those incidents actually were occurring on that kind of scale. The incidents are there, they're real, they're documented, they're not just Tom Bearden. So there is a good solid set of admittedly circumstantial evidence that the woodpecker signals, because of all the phenomena that can be associated in the same time frame since they turned on. These phenomena very strongly suggest that this set of weapons is not just over-the-horizon radars at all, but are really Tesla weapon systems. And if they are, all the rest follows.
Bearden believed this wasn't just a radar system. It was a series of tests involving scalar electromagnetic weapons, tools that could create artificial fireballs in the sky, trigger sudden temperature changes, and even influence biological systems from a distance. Mainstream scientists dismissed it all, but the tapping never stopped. And those who listened closely felt there was more buried inside the signal than just static. And if those signals could stir the sky and twist the weather, who's to say they couldn't reach even deeper, into living cells themselves? In a Soviet lab in Novosibirsk, 2 jars of living cells sat side by side. One was infected with a deadly virus, the other completely untouched. No shared air, no contact, just a thin pane of glass and a beam of light between them. Then the impossible happened. The second jar began to sicken. The disease seemed to leap across space, carried not by particles, but by electromagnetic fields.
There is a Soviet physicist, scientist named Kosnachev, And Kazanashev has produced a series of experiments in 2 Soviet military institutes before the fall there that showed that you could transmit any sort of disease form between cells. Any sort of infectious disease, or you can radiate one sample with nuclear radiation, gamma radiation, for example, or deadly poison, or infect them with viruses. You can transmit between cellular cultures into another cell, another sample from the same culture, the same disease electromagnetically, although the organisms won't necessarily be there. That works in literature if you pursue it. Kazanashev has several books out now that are available since the Russian system has loosened up a bit. That work has been replicated at the University of Marburg, for example, in Germany. It has been replicated at the University of Sydney in Australia, and it has been replicated by at least one researcher here in the United States. He's trained to say if there are no force fields, there's no electromagnetics. He ignores the potential that's left. He just sweeps it away and throws it away. From where we're coming from with the Tesla approach, that is the active part. That's the part that is being interfered within the bodies or whatever to cause whatever you wish to cause. If we couple it with the Kazanashev stuff, we are saying that such scalar transmitters in interferometry within the U.S. Embassy could indeed have produced any sort of disease they wish. However, it would have very strange signatures.
A.V. Kazanashev repeated the experiment thousands of times. Some trials failed, but too many worked to ignore. Later, a handful of German and Australian labs reported the same disturbing results. Others denied it outright, but the question never went away. If sickness can jump the gap, what else might travel on those hidden currents? If the invisible fields could whisper death from one jar to another, then what else could they carry? And more importantly, what would happen if someone learned to bend those same forces towards life instead? In the back rooms of 1960s Bordeaux, a strange machine hummed like something out of science fiction. Its creator, Antoine Pryor, wasn't a doctor, but what his device did left scientists stunned. Lab animals with deadly tumors were placed inside its electromagnetic field. Days later, the tumors shrank. Some even disappeared. Reports from the French Academy of Sciences confirmed it. This machine was triggering the immune system, fighting disease without surgery or drugs. It should have changed medicine forever, but it didn't. Politics shifted, funding collapsed, and the device was dismantled.
The medical approach, if you use the extended electromagnetics, and if I may use that term that Tesla was talking about, there then occurs phenomena which can be used to control and change and heal almost any infectious disease whatsoever, including a genetic disease such as where the genetics have changed in the cell, such as AIDS. Now, that is not an idle statement. That is a very rigorous statement based on some very rigorous scientific work done in France in the late 60s and early 70s by Antoine Priory and a team of scientists that gathered and worked with him. And these were eminent scientists, world known. For example, one of them was Robert Courier, head of the biology section of the French Academy of Science, and also the Secretary Perpetuel of the French Academy at the same time.
Pryor died, and with him, the secret of how it worked. Some dismissed it as a hoax. Others swore it was decades ahead of its time. And yet, the files remain. The results remain. Proof of a cure that slipped through humanity's fingers. If a single machine could shrink tumors and then vanish from history, what else has been buried? Bearden warned the Pryor device was only a glimpse, that the real prize wasn't healing at all, but Tesla's findings. The endless rivers of power flowing through the vacuum itself.
So we find then later references to Tesla, which suggest the harnessing of energy from, today we would say, from the vacuum. So does that sound reasonable to us today from where I'm coming from? Yes, indeed, because that's exactly what we have done. We take it in the potential across the source. We simply use the hidden wave flow from the Whittaker stuff. We want to extract that and use it in this displacement current form while it's still energy flow and none of it's being lost. We do not wish to make work until we store it up and discharge it in the load separately. We do it just like a heat pump. And I really think that's probably the way Tesla did it in that car engine. He also knew there was enormous energy in what was called cosmic rays, and he connected that with the whole idea of the energetic vacuum, we would say today. And I think that's just one of the ways he referred to it. For example, we know from T. Henry Morey's work that he was inspired by Tesla's statement that the energy of the ether itself was literally filled with rivers of energy free for the taking. It inspired him in his great undertaking.
But here's the catch. Our machines aren't designed to see it. Our circuits were built to pull from the grid, not the cosmos. Worse, Bearden claimed the silence around this energy wasn't an accident. Oil, nuclear, and defense industries had no interest in a world where power came freely from space. So the vacuum remained untapped. Not because we couldn't, but because we weren't allowed. And if they could silence the vacuum itself, what chance did a single man have? In January 1943, a frail Nikola Tesla was found dead in room 3327 of the New Yorker Hotel. He died alone with a stack of notebooks and half-finished blueprints beside him. Within hours, agents from the US government arrived and seized every paper, every sketch, every trace. The man sent to evaluate them? John G. Trump, an MIT electrical engineer. And his final assessment was that the documents held no practical value. To some, that ended the story.
Science itself is unforgiving. There's many histories of scientists' persecution of other scientists with whom they disagreed. The system is very prone to either destroy, condemn, or bury any scientist who seriously disagrees with it to this day. Well documented. We could make another documentary movie on just that. However, here was a preeminent example of a disagreement with the current scientific control. And the scientific control was adamant that he get wiped out of the books and he get labeled a lunatic, and that's exactly what happened. He wound up with his name, Tesla, attached to a coil, and one unit of measurement named after his name. And as far as the scientist was concerned, that was enough. He didn't deserve anything else, most of them. So the scientific community rejected him. After Morgan turned his back, the financial community rejected him. Here was a loner then again, absolute loner. What was he to do? Exactly what he did, retire to his hotel room and feed the pigeons and think grand dreams, live on a small pittance which kept life and him together from his native Yugoslavia. And once a year have a press conference where he spoke of all the grand things that he thought of and he wished to have happened. But at least overtly, as far as we know overtly, never again was Nikola Tesla to ever have a chance to attempt any of this through his restless mind.
But you've just seen stories that weren't supposed to spread, ideas that were buried, ridiculed, or quietly erased. But if these truths can survive suppression, imagine what else might still be hidden.
The reality is, I'm using more.
The creation of this reality begins at the young age. So all the textbooks and all the history books are then written and so that we all collectively believe this particular thing. So then when we all believe it, we all manifest a reality that's based on these books.
Yes.
That's very sneaky in a very clever way to do it, because how do I know? How do we know the textbooks are legit? They're not. The wars are written by the winners, aren't they? And so the winners write whatever they want to write in there, and then we just believe it. We take it on board. So we start learning that numbers and letters are. They only give us a very simple version of what numbers and letters are, and there's so much more to what numbers and letters are. Even phonetically, how a word sounds, how you say it when you speak, how it sounds to a person is going to affect them. It's not just a word. I think I wrote the other day. And I think people know this, but you spell a word because words are spells.
Yes.
you say a sentence to somebody, you're literally saying a spell.
And if one wasn't enough, you get two. Okay.
Hey, teach me how to do it. They be like, Smooth, what? Can you teach me how to Dougie? You know why? Cause all the bitches love me. All I need is a...
Psychopaths will say it almost seems like there's a area or a realm or a dimension of power that's filled with shadowy characters and ex-government employees and current government employees who are essentially running like another government underground that is using intelligence agencies and wealthy people and corporations to influence policy with regards to war and peace and security. And that dimension of power is using things like human trafficking to control and blackmail government officials so that that dimension of power can continue sucking money out of any corner of the world they want. That sounds crazy. That sounds nuts. Get my clown nose. That sounds nuts. That's, even as I say it, it sounds wacky.
Hey guys, abandon all hope of a brighter future.
I wish there was a way to know you're in the good old days before you've actually left them.
What's coming is a blizzard of horror.
The hell are you two doing? That's called rocking out. You wouldn't understand that. You're not with it. I used to be with it, but then they changed what it was. Now what I'm with isn't it, and what's it seems weird and scary to me. It'll happen to you.
I know my mind, and I trust the very same person that you do. And the very same person that you do. I trust the only person left to trust. Me.
Bro, what's good? Dude, you look a lot like Adolf Hitler, bro. Dude, thank you.
Why should I live in history, huh? Look, I don't want to know anything anymore. This is a world where nothing is solved. And someone once told me time is a flat circle. Everything we've ever done or will do, we're gonna do over and over and over again. And that little boy and that little girl, they're gonna be in their room again and again.
So I think it would be kind of naive to think, you know,
this is the most evil, the most disturbing, and the darkest episode we have ever released on the Sean Ryan Show.
We all know the Sean Ryan Show is a platform for the IC, intelligence community.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that?
I can't do that.
I said no. I made a mistake letting you through those gates. I saw something in your eyes. I thought it was all. I was wrong. It's madness. You're insane.
I would pretty much be lost and I wouldn't know what the hell I'm doing.
Do you think women should have fewer rights than men?
They're going to question you. They're going to say, why are you putting that extra work into your schoolwork? Why are you putting that extra work at the gym when everyone's left and you're still shooting free throws? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? That's noise.
If you already know the answers to your questions, then why ask? Pig fuck.
It's simple. Number one, outwork, out-improve, out-strategize, and outlast. If you can outwork, out-improve, out-strategize, outlast, it's going to be very, very hard to compete against you.
So you're religious. You believe in God?
I'm not like a literal, I'm not like a literalist on the Bible, but I'm not someone who says like I'm culturally Jewish. Like if you ask me, I would just say I'm Jewish.
Intelligence community.
I mean, I can talk about it briefly. I wrote some, just so I make sure I have the numbers correct. There was 300 SIM card servers with over 100,000 SIM cards capable of 20 million, or taking 20 million offline.
It's a platform for the IC, intelligence community.
So what could that have done?
It reinforces the constant onslaught to get you, whoever you are, to distrust yourself, your own central nervous system. You can't trust you. You can't trust what you read. You can't trust what you see.
I should never tell a woman the truth. But she's so smart. She's different. She's different.
AI everywhere.
I'm a little geeked, everybody.
People constantly changing stories, driving narratives in big old groups with consensus. Where's the truth? Everybody's been connected to the cloud.
This, of course, is Britney Spears, one of the world's premier female solo recording artists. And this, less obviously, is Kramer and Twitch, two hitherto unknown Texas radio shock jocks. When Messrs. Twitch and Kramer decided to announce the death of Miss Spears on their radio station for a joke, all hell broke loose.
The DJs claim that Britney and her boyfriend had been killed in a car crash on a Los Angeles freeway. Within hours, the internet was buzzing with the tragic news. The LA Police Department, meanwhile, found its switchboards jammed by heartbroken fans.
The phone lines were so tied up that we weren't able to handle incidents that were really happening in the city.
The Dallas radio station responsible, KEGL, has spent the day apologizing on air for the hoax. Meanwhile, its usually attention-seeking Kramer and Twitch have been hiding from the press.
The craziest rumor I've ever read about myself is probably that I died. Yeah, it was on the radio that I died. Yeah.
And how did that go down? What happens after you hear you're dead?
Well, my family calls me and they're wondering if I'm dead. And then, I'm like, I'm here. And they're like, okay, you're fine. So we know you're not dead. And then it's over. But it was pretty odd.
I thought they were trying to fucking kill me. I remember one time I was backstage and I needed my inhaler. And I opened up to my assistant because I had my phone with me, which I'm not supposed to have my phone underneath the stage. But I said to her, you know what I'm doing. I was talking to a guy and he wanted to just leave the country with me. We had it all set up to just leave. And it was a secret relationship. And I said, I thought they were trying to fucking kill me.
Dead or alive, we get to the bottom of a media hoax about a fatal car crash for Britney and boyfriend Justin Timberlake. ET has learned what happened to the radio disc jockeys who started the rumor and where Britney and Justin are today.
This is Entertainment Tonight, the most watched entertainment news program in the world.
The truth behind rumors that Britney Spears died is our top Hollywood story. Hi, everybody. I'm Bob Goen.
And I'm Mary Hart. The report spread like wildfire, claiming Britney and her boyfriend Justin Timberlake were the victims of a terrible car crash. We get to the bottom of the hoax and how it all began first up tonight. Los Angeles police and fire officials were flooded with phone calls from panicked fans Tuesday night after two San Jose-based radio hosts reported that Spears had been fatally wounded in a car accident that had also left Timberlake lingering in a coma. But last night, Timberlake was alive and well, performing with NSYNC in Philadelphia. And the couple's publicist has been quoted as saying, there is no truth to the rumors circulating around the world that Britney Spears and Justin Timberlake were involved in a car accident. Representatives for both Spears and Timberlake are looking into the situation to determine the original source of the rumor and if legal action is appropriate. The threat of legal action could be bad news for the DJs behind the phony report, which was also broadcast in Dallas, Texas. Known as Kramer and Twitch, they even told their listeners that LA's Cedars-Sinai Medical Center had confirmed the report. The Federal Communications Commission prohibits the broadcasting of false information, and Kramer and Twitch's radio station has reportedly issued a formal apology. And while the duo was reportedly on the air as usual the night after the hoax, a call to their San Jose extension was met with this response.
Hi, it's the Kramer and Twitch voicemail. We're on suspension because we said some bad, nasty, awful things that shouldn't have been broadcast.
No kidding. When the rumor started, Britney was in LA, where she'll be a host for this weekend's.
I died. I didn't die, people. I didn't die. I'm here. I'm alive. Yeah, I'm very much alive and well. And I've got my fur here. You see, I'm feeling myself. Yeah, feeling myself. Okay, I was late. I'm here. I'm happy and I'm well. And that's it. That's it. Liberty skip.
Britney Spears is dead, and they're using her likeness as, they're using a deep fake to be her, right? Because their main thing is like, there's not a single fan or a single person that have seen Britney Spears in person. When the last time you seen a picture of Britney Spears with a fan? You don't. Anything that you see that comes out to social media, it all comes from Britney Spears' camp. Right, and then they doing this big ass deep dive. I'm telling you, I went down the rabbit hole. Sorry if I make you go down the rabbit hole, but they doing this big ass deep dive on basically all of Britney Spears' pictures or videos are all deep fakes. Right, you can slow it down and you see certain glitches in her eyes and how the hair moves with the face and it morphs, like the face morphs to the hair. It's a whole bunch of shit. The eyes be fucking, one eye be like way over here looking this way, but it's all glitchy, right? So that's just kind of what it's come down to.
Listen, we don't have long. They're looking for me. So Britney Spears and Justin Timberlake, let me tell you what I know. A long time ago, I used to be a driver.
Cloning, it's really normal. Well, Britney Spears made a video about this place because the thing was, to get advertised and promoted and stuff, she had to basically sell her clone, use of her clone at the cloning center. So the thing was, she signed up right away thinking, yeah, sure, I'll be famous. Well, thing is, they wanted to use her every night. Old men and stuff. Old men and clones on her and real people on her clones too.
How many people do you know personally who have died suddenly and mysteriously in the past 5 years? I have personally known 8 actors, all of whom I have worked with and was close to. Heath Ledger, Chris Penn, David Carradine among them. I believe these actors were whacked, and I believe that many others, such as Britney Spears.
2001, our hotline rings while we're doing our show on 97.1 The Eagle in Dallas. It's from a friend of ours who's a firefighter for Los Angeles County, California. He says that he just witnessed Britney Spears and Justin Timberlake in a car accident. Gave us a couple of more details. We went on the air, we told the story. Little did we know, we were the only ones that anyone got through to in the media to tell the story. All this happened so quickly. Within 30 minutes, our hotline was ringing from affiliates in Miami, Cincinnati. We got calls from the BBC. We got calls from all over the world. The next thing that happened was our agent, who at the time was Norm Schrut. Norm Schrut is no longer with us anymore. He asked what was going on, what happened. He had been getting phone calls. We told him the truth. He said, tonight after your show, go home. Do not go anywhere. Do not answer the phone. I'm taking the next flight from Atlanta to Dallas, and I will handle it. Within about 5 hours, Norm showed up. I'm taking the next flight from Atlanta to Dallas, and I will handle it. Within about 5 hours, Norm showed up and said that we had a flight booked at that moment to go to Los Angeles. We get off the plane in LA. We get in this black SUV looking deal. We drive about probably an hour and a half, 2 hours, and we go into a parking garage, what looked like a parking garage, went down and down and down and down, probably to about the 7th floor beneath the ground. Huge garage door opens up, and what we saw blew our minds. And I have pictures. Sooner or later on this channel, I will share those pictures of the deceased bodies. You wanted the truth. there's the truth.
This is the time of the night I be off my face, spilling my drink for the lines, cause I love the chase. Getting me high, get me by, won't remember your name.
Now, this is just for my channel. There's a whole lot of truths for all sorts of things. But everybody's been connected to the cloud since 1995 with companies and constant upgrades. We have biotelemetrics, and we're still sitting here going, it's a bioweapon. Oh!
Am I looking right in the camera here? All right. You're not going to look in the camera with the interviews?
Hi, everyone. I don't usually make it my business to correct the media. If I did, I wouldn't have time for much else. But in light of the recent articles claiming I am homeless, I feel the need to respond.
What?
I feel it would be disingenuous of me to allow you to believe that I am indeed homeless in the colloquial sense.
I've never felt at home anywhere. It's like I'm pure consciousness floating around observing life. Or I'm an extraterrestrial trying desperately to blend in with humanity. I don't think that's ever going to change.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Every situation I find myself in ever makes me feel uncomfortable and awkward.
I kind of envy people at times who are blissfully happy, and a lot of those people aren't bothered with the complications of knowledge and everything else that life has to offer. You know, I know a lot of people who are simpletons, you know, they're very simple, that they can enjoy their lives and be totally happy and secure with, you know, just watching sports on television and having a beer every once in a while, you know. So, and I've always felt too complicated, so I kind of envy those people. And I'm not saying that I'm smarter than most people, it's just that I'm too sensitive. I wish sometimes I could just enjoy the simple things in life, you know, and just not forget about everything else.
I can't do that. It's really hard. But I think it's one of those things that the more you plug away at it, it's not so much about your general kind of pop culture knowledge. It's just that you start to see.
Do you want a deal with the devil?
Well, what am I going to do with a soul anyways?
First of all, they literally told you a few months ago that Epstein was not running a trafficking ring at all. Now they're saying there are national security concerns in the intelligence of the guy who was not running a trafficking ring. Why would there be concerns about our national security in the Epstein files? Doesn't that seem odd to anyone? Supposedly there was no client list and he wasn't doing anything. And then if he was doing something, he was just pimping out girls to rich guys, which is obviously evil and they should all go to jail. But why does this have to do with our national security? That's odd. It's odd that we're talking about this in terms of, quote, intelligence and our national security. Remember, Jeffrey Epstein is just like a weird rich guy who has a predilection for underage girls, right? Like he's not doing anything on behalf of any foreign government, right?
Some people are born with an extra sense, a kind of perception that doesn't fit within the 5 we're taught to trust. What if you were one of them? There are signs that can reveal it. 1.
Is it possible that frequencies can change your life? Yes.
Hi there. You on the table. I wonder if you'd mind taking a brief survey.
5 questions.
Shall we begin with question 1? To start, who are you?
Forgive me for the harm I've caused this world.
Question 2. Who are you? I may atone for my actions, but me. Question 3.
Who do you think you are?
Question 4. I'm sorry, who are you?
All I can be is sorry.
Question 5, and as a reminder, this is the final question.
Who the fuck are you? And that is all I am. What do I get at the end?
Depends on your answers.
Humans aren't humans anymore. We're turning synthetic. Everything we eat is synthetic. Everything we wear in our body is synthetic. Everything we have around us is synthetic. All of the medicines that we put in us are synthetic. Your cells will change and adapt and turn synthetic.
Oh, so they're just coming out with it now. Okay. As I'm filming this video, you will find out that what we're actually going to be talking about is MK Ultra.
I got dealt the hand, hippie cult leader. What the hell is a hippie cult leader? Wait, you want to be a hippie cult leader? Hippie cult leader. All right. Here's your family card. Oh, I'm the family. I got family card, hippie cult leader. Mass murderer. Oh, mass murderer. 9 dead bodies. Now I got this hand. Now, how would you play it? How would you play it? How would you play this hand here?
What we're actually going to be talking about is MK Ultra, and the CIA just acknowledging that, yeah, MK Ultra is totally real. And then
he lit a woman on fire aboard a train. Meanwhile, there are
senators coming out there all, yeah, that's exactly what happened in this case.
That thing. Bro, have you ever seen that?
If you got a pair of D's, want a pair of D's, grab one of D's and do 20 of D's for your lower shelf, your middle shelf, and your upper shelf. And if you need more resistance, you can grab it from the outside. Boom! Boom!
No, I have not. Dude, I watched a whole YouTube documentary on it last night.
So in my opinion,
here's a controversial opinion, and honestly, I don't care who it upsets. I refuse to fight for my country. Not because I'm scared, but because I'm done pretending the people in charge deserve that kind of loyalty. Bankers.
I would die for you, Riley.
I'm not risking my life for politicians who treat war like a business deal. I'm not stepping into a conflict designed in boardrooms, sold through propaganda, and paid for with the lives of people who could barely afford rent.
Do you have any idea who you're dealing with? Who I'm...
What is the biggest problem in this society? Biggest problem in this society from my perspective is...
You know, the government be listening to our conversation.
Boy, don't I know? Don't I know? Like, once I came out from a movie theater, I go on my phone, it's on my feed page, on my reels, everything. Like, how do they know I just watched that movie?
Or the other day I was listening to this new artist, right? Suddenly I'm getting all these notifications, these articles coming up on my phone about like tour dates and all this other stuff. It's like, how did y'all know that I listened to this artist?
We remove hate speech attacks when the term Zionist is used, when the content uses harmful stereotypes like Zionists control the banks. We do not allow Holocaust denial and distortion.
That's what we deserve?
I know that many in the Jewish community are especially concerned right now about anti-Semitism.
Fuck that bitch. Fuck her. Sorry for the language, but you know, this is my country. This is our country. You're rooting for America to fall? Get out.
Oh, I only have questions. Oh, I only want to debate. These people are to be dismissed. They are political lepers. That's what they are. We ought not be platforming them.
How dare you?
We ought not engage them in any rational or intellectual way.
It's never been about you.
And it won't ever be about you. You might think it is, but that's what causes you to have anxiety. That's what causes you to stress out, and because you are constantly thinking about.
We need to dismiss them and reject them.
And it's at this point, it's you're with us or you're against us. You are with America or you can go home. And that goes for all of them.
We, you, the world have dealt with this before.
Marxists, radical Islamists, fascistic types.
We've dealt with all this. What's the debate?
Children are supposed to be protected. In Gaza, these protections are simply gone. Every day, the distinction between combatant and civilian is erased. Most of my patients were preteen children, their bodies shattered by explosives and torn by flying metal. The medical system has not failed. It has been systematically dismantled through a sustained military campaign that has willfully violated international humanitarian law. Civilians are now dying not just from the constant airstrikes, but from acute malnutrition, sepsis, exposure, and despair.
We have a debate of ideas. You must be a coward. It's not a question of being a coward. It's a question of being rational.
Look.
אני מאשימה אותך, בנימין נתניהו. מאשימה אותך בטבח 7 באוקטובר. האסון הגדול ביותר שידעה המדינה קרה במשמרתך. גם אם אתה ישן עם מצפון נקי, לא נשכח לך, נזעק את ההפקרה, תקום ועדת חקירה ממלכתית. אני מאשימה אותך, בנימין נתניהו, במימון החמאס, בבניית הטרור, ועצימת העיניים האיום הקיומי עלינו, בהפקרת ביטחון המדינה כמדיניות. ביטחון הוא לא אינסטרומנט פוליטי, שמעת? הוא מעל הכל. אני מאשימה אותך, נתניהו, הפכת את הציבור העובד והמשרת לחמורו של משיח. יצרת את ברית ההשתמטות והסיפוח. גבורת הלוחמים נעלמה מעיניך, אבל לא מעינינו. היא האור שאיתו נבנה מחדש. אני מאשימה אותך, נתניהו, השחיתות האישית שלך הפכה למכת מדינה. כל מושחת הופך שותף. ככל שיש לך תיק יותר גדול על מישהו, הוא יותר נוח לך. משפט של איש אחד לקח מדינה שלמה כבת ערובה. אני מאשימה אותך, נתניהו, כי שכחת מה זה להיות יהודי. טראמפ החזיר חטופים במקומך, בזמן שאתה, בלי חשומה, התעסקת בלרתום אותו לחנינה. עשרות חטופים נרצחו ונהרגו בשבי, כשאתה לא קיימת את מצוות פדיון שבויים. חסר מצפון ובלי אלוהים. אני מאשימה אותך, נתניהו, הגזענות תמיד שירתה אותך. קראת אותנו מבפנים, הפכת חצי עם לאויב. אז נתניהו, אני המרוקאית, המסורתית ממגדל העמק אומרת לך, אנחנו נשבור את החומות שבנית, אנחנו ננקה את הרעל ששפכת פה 30 שנה, אנחנו נחזור להיות חברה מאוחדת. אני מאשימה אותך, נתניהו, רוצחים פה אזרחים כאילו הם אבק אדם. משילות, עלק. כשהליכוד מתנהל כמו ארגון פשע, ארגוני הפשיעה מרימים ראש. אני מאשימה אותך, נתניהו, כן, בהקרבת החיים עצמם. אנשים גמורים תחת המציאות הכלכלית. לא יודעים איך להיכנס לסופר ולשלם חשבונות. הכל פה הפך יקר. רק החיים תחתיך הפכו לזולים עד כאב.
We're kind of caught in a pincer movement right now. We have on the left Marxists, Islamists, Jew haters, American haters, and they're proud of it. They're out of the closet, full-throated.
Ooh. Yep. Right now, go ahead and cancel the subscription.
They're being funded heavily by billionaires through dark money, through foreign governments.
People don't want to admit that they've been tricked.
Yeah, I mean, there's that old saying where it's like it's really easy to fool somebody, but it's almost impossible to convince someone that they were fooled.
Yeah, much easier to fool them than to convince them they've been fooled. People cling to their ideas.
Yes,
they especially if they've like publicly stated these things, they get very embarrassed of being foolish.
I feel a little insecure sometimes because I see myself sort of as like a clown and just like a joke, you know. But when I put on the uniform, I'm sort of reminded that I can be serious and I can do serious things because I don't look silly when I wear this.
Through others, CARE, even Hamas. Then we have on what I call the fascistic right.
Well, there are many angry and ignorant people in the world. They seem to be breeding in record numbers. Now, all we can do as a family is stick together and remain vigilant.
I ain't saying what I'm saying that you think I'm saying, but if you think I'm saying what I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. And I'm going to say this. We're going to leave it at there. We're going to leave it there.
At what?
Finish the fucking story.
And then I started compiling all the video footage together during the coronavirus because we all were locked inside. It was the perfect time to start creating something new, like creating something that I felt to be special.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing?
I just I don't understand. I don't know what's going on here. It's lost the plot. It's completely lost the plot.
Then we have on what I call the fascistic right.
I would definitely be looking to take your life. I mean, and it would be a quick thing. And you know, it wouldn't be about the assessments that I would make of you. Either way, they aren't going to impede me from doing what I have to do. They're just going to help me in judging how I'm going to carry it out. Because if I think that I can just really overpower you physically, I might try to do it quietly. But if I think that I would have problems, then I'm just going to shoot you. And that's basically what it means. It doesn't mean it's going to happen or it's not going to happen. It's just how it's going to happen. Personally, my plan had always been really simple. You know, if someone pulled me over during the commission of a crime or after having just committed a crime, I would just wait for him to come to my window, and as soon as he stuck his head in there, I would shoot him. And that's pretty cut and dry.
I'm definitely incompetent.
That's not what I said.
Oh, I say that. I say that. No, there's nothing wrong with being incompetent because you don't have to do as much. If you're competent, then you got a lot to do. See, but there's another aspect of it too. I've learned to reflect. I just reflect back. I know I don't know. I know I'm stupid. I admit I'm a petty whatever. I've never been a success at anything. I even got to the point where I didn't want to be a success at anything. What would being a success? What does that mean? You know, money. Oh, I've had all the money in the world 3 times and I had to give it back. That's a stupid little game, you know. My awareness and my consciousness is not the same as somebody that goes to school and has a mom and dad. See, not having parents have left me in another dimension, so to say, you know. I don't have no bad going for nothing. I don't judge. I hardly even think about too much.
You write that in all your conversations with Charles Manson, he never expressed remorse.
Have you seen any today? I mean, perhaps he believes totally in his own mind that he's not guilty.
You guys got this stuck in your head that I've murdered somebody. You've got it stuck in your brain that I murdered somebody. What do you want to call me a murderer for? I've never killed anyone. I don't need to kill anyone. I think it. I have it here.
So I'm here to say welcome to the spiritual war, if you're not aware of it.
We have people who claim the mantle of MAGA. They're not MAGA. They're not America first. They don't even know what that means. And who do they embrace? Well, you pick an enemy. They embrace them all, but they're doing more than that. They're giving aid and comfort to the left.
We remove hate speech attacks when the term Zionist is used, when the content uses harmful stereotypes like Zionists control the banks. Zionists control the banks.
You're over-consuming.
It's Mein Kampf by Adolf Hitler. Thanks, Santa. I can't wait to start reading this. Dieses Buch gehört mir. Wer widerspricht, bekommt es zu spüren.
There's no question AI is going to change the entire world and do it much faster than anything we've ever seen before. Much faster than the internet, certainly faster than the Industrial Revolution. That is terrifying to me. I mean, like, I'm not so complacent. And I look at through my companies and how we spend money and what I can do with AI agents that I do with humans today. And it's terrifying for the people. I mean,
Do you expect to lose people?
I think we have to let people go, right? We can, with jobs of 15 people can be done with a chatbot that costs me $36 a month. I mean, it's the white collar jobs, and you're seeing this is a very ominous sign, this rise in unemployment for the 18 to 24 year olds, which I think has gone to 4 to 9%. What is that? Are we all slowing down hiring kids because chat can do the work we used to give them, the grunt work, the real research tasks that they used to do? And it's pretty amazing when you start using this material. And we are, I think most companies, I'm on business council with 250 CEOs of almost every industry, and they are laser focused on how to change their processes and save money. But at the end of the day, that probably means that there'll be less employment.
Everybody's jobs will be different. I think that's for sure. How the students learn will be different. How people do their work will be different, obviously, because a lot of the things that we do mundanely or arduously or very difficultly are going to be done very simply. And so we're going to be more productive from that sense. One of the things that I will say is that for most people or a company, if your life becomes more productive, and if the things that you're doing with great difficulty become simpler, it is very likely, because you have so many ideas, you'll have more time to go pursue things. It is my guess that Elon will be busier as a result of AI. I'm going to be busier as a result of AI. And the reason for that is because we have so many ideas we want to pursue, so many things that we still have in our backlog inside our company that we can go pursue. If we were more productive, we can get to those things faster. And so in the near term, I would say that there's every evidence that we will be more productive and yet still be busier because we have so many ideas.
When do you think the general population will get such the wake-up call where they really see the end in sight that you're talking about, where the dystopia becomes real, where 10% of the people in the world lose their job for it never to come back, and they can see it's 20% next month? And by the way, do you think that's when we might actually get some type of a change?
I think reality will hit very hard in 2026.
That's next year.
Yeah, if not earlier.
That's fast.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is it will be diluted in misinformation.
Okay.
Or maybe in opinion. It's funny because most people don't understand that a self-driving car is a robot. It's not a humanoid, but it is a robot. Okay, and so the Elon Musk, fancy, flamboyant way of saying we're going to make robots that are humanoid-like, and all of the other humanoid makers, it's because they look amazing on video. But there are so many other robots that are being made that will completely not look like a robot, and that's when you get 10 billion of them, right? And of course, with economies of scale, and with most of the technology already available on your mobile phone, the replacement of muscles is going to start to take place probably 3 to 5 years from now. Okay. The replacement of brains is going to work in 2 stages. Stage 1 is, if you take coding, for example, a job that requires intelligence, ChatGPT claims that they are better than most developers in the world, other than 175, they said. Okay, it doesn't matter. Say they are better than 90% of the world's coders. What that means is that very few developers will work with an AI. By the way, of course, Claude is the best at all of this, right? And Gemini 2.5 as well. But coding is actually really in the other LLMs. They will work with those LLMs to code, and accordingly, any developer that is not better than the AI within a year or 2 will not have a job. So not everyone will lose their job, but imagine if unemployment in the technical coding space is now 30%. Yeah. It doesn't have to be 100% for the economy to feel the pain.
Look at this piece of shit over here.
That alien hasn't learned how to eat properly yet. He's so primitive, so clumsy, so dangerous.
I got ADD. I got ADD.
I don't believe in 2025, young or old, that you are that damn dumb. I don't. I believe in people. And I believe anybody who really wants to know or really wants to fix your car, you're going to make the effort to figure it out to your best ability. If you're really that stuck, how old is intra-body communication? Just type that search in. It's going to tell you 1996 and MIT, not, hey, this is a conspiracy. No, it's a product. You mean to tell me that you've never heard of a Fitbit? Okay. or the basic wearables.
Bound to happen, what with so many things getting smaller and smaller all the time. First, of course, pocket calculators, micro cassette recorders and the like, then the stereo radios that you clip to your belt and take jogging.
It's the hottest new fad in electronics, tiny TVs. Some so small they actually fit on your wrist. Others no bigger than a paperback book. They range in price from $200 to $500. Some use a new flat TV tube, and some use a liquid crystal display. They are battery powered. The batteries tend to last only a few hours, but that's not keeping the buyers away.
The reception is marvelous, especially for someone looking for a gift that's different.
Helen Beckerhoff.
There are certain types of watch buyers who just love the gimmicky watch, and you can sell them anything that's different.
Or Susan Moody.
Not for me, for my husband. He's a TV fanatic.
At the moment, Sony is out in front with its Watchman, but right on its heels are companies like Casio and Sinclair, and especially Seiko with its wristwatch TV. Remember Dick Tracy, the comic strip? Well, it's come to life. Some of Seiko's wristwatch TVs are already selling in U.S. stores for about $500. Meantime, each Seiko dealer has one watch to show. This store is raffling it off. The Sony Watchman, however, is on the shelves, selling for about $200.
It picks up an incredibly good picture. In fact, in here, our reception is very, very bad, and it's an amazing picture on that.
No sale. Eric Perkins likes the Sony.
The Casio that's out, however, with the liquid crystal display, is even smaller than this. It will fit in your pocket.
In Japan, where most of these tiny TVs are made, they're churning them out. The Japanese know exactly how many shopping days there are until Christmas.
I didn't even throw in the ITU biotelemetrics, vital signs down telephone lines. From 2004, pacemaker upgrades, man, for security. The more things, the smart fridge, the smart cars, whatever it is, that are put on the internet, the more cyber biosecurity is necessary.
I mean, why do people believe this stuff? It's ridiculous. So they are checking into conspiracy theories, but they're not going to tell you about it, because if they tell you about it, it defeats what they're trying to accomplish. And that is
paralyzing fear that stops us.
Phone calls?
Phone calls fuck me
Phone
up.
calls.
Phone calls do
Phone
fuck
calls?
me up.
We're all pretending like phone calls are just like phone calls.
It's become such a normal part
How
of
the
society.
fuck can I hear you?
Brother, fuck that. Cameras? What?
Cameras?
Cameras? What the fuck?
Bro, cameras. There's like a physical thing though.
No. But like old-timey ones, where it was like the big bulb that flashed onto a paper or something.
I feel like that's way easier to understand.
No, dude. Radio. Like sound waves. Like radio waves.
and phones.
Phone calls.
Like radio
Phone calls.
waves. I don't.
Bro, how does a phone call happen? Don't fucking say waves. What's the waves? That's my question. You're telling me I'm calling to someone? I'm talking to someone on the other side of the planet?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Or even better, you're talking to an astronaut in space?
Mm-hmm.
How the fuck phone call get there?
I can understand that now, but in 1969, where they're like,
You
one
can understand?
small step for man, one giant step for mankind. How are you? They're up there, brother.
Dude.
We're here.
How am I?
Why do I need to call collect in order to fucking reach, Barbara 3 streets away?
And obviously, like a phone call, figuring out how a phone call works is like, I'm sure there's an answer, whatever. My thing is this. How did someone think of that? Like, how did someone be like, we'll just put it and nothing will be
doesn't make
connected.
sense. And I know that people
How?
are going to say, like, we figured out a way to transmit a signal of you talking to a tower, which goes to another tower and pings to that person.
You said a bunch of stuff that I don't have answers to.
And I'll be honest with you, I've heard the answers, still don't make sense to me.
And I've been at this for, over 40 years, working with psychiatrists, studying the voices that schizophrenics hear, that the psychiatric mafia insists are hallucinations, and they're not. Once you really start looking into them, they run very specific, very predictable patterns, and something like 23 of them. And I can go down them real quickly. They're, anybody working in the field can see this for themselves. They don't need any highfalutin lab equipment, or where they psychiatry. It wasn't psychiatry who came up with the chemical imbalance garbage. That was Eli Lilly back in the 70s when they came up with the chemical imbalance theory, because they had no explanation for what the voices were or what caused them. They had no idea. They still have no idea. But so they keep from looking like fools. They had to make up some cause. So they started with mothers. They blamed it on mothers. Then they blamed it on genetics, and they couldn't find anything on genetics. They couldn't find anything with mothers. So they came up with this chemical imbalance theory. And look at this. In order to disprove it, you need labs. You need big labs. You need experienced people and all this stuff. So they came up with it's a chemical imbalance in the brain. They just made it up out of nowhere. Just made it up. And who's going to disprove it? Not the people on the front lines, not the frontline psychiatrists, not the frontline psychologists, nobody. I mean, eventually some people in the universities who weren't under control of the psychiatric mafia started looking into it, and they could find no chemical imbalance. Matter of fact, they don't even know what the chemical balance of the brain is or should be. They just made this up out of thin air just to make it look like they had some explanation for what schizophrenia is. They've done no studies on it whatsoever. If you were to study the voices, you'd find out that they're consistently negative. They're insulting, they're abusive, they're destructive. They're anti-religious. They don't like the Bible. They don't like preachers. They don't like the 23rd Psalm. They cringe at the 23rd Psalm. They want nothing to do with religion or spirituality. They foster and create negative emotion. That's the reason why they're constantly saying rotten things to these people. You're no good. You're ugly. You're stupid. Nobody loves you. Just, you're a drag on everybody. Why don't you just kill yourself? They want to create that negative emotion. That's what they feed off of. And people who hear voices, once they're attacked by them, if they notice, they'll see that their energy level drops to nothing after they're being attacked by these voices. And it's consistent. The voices come, their energy level drops to nothing. And they don't pay attention to it. It's like, oh, yeah, they're so horrible. They don't notice that their energy is gone after these things leave. But they know that they didn't use that energy. So where did it go? If they didn't use it, where did it go? There's a one-to-one correspondence between these voices showing up and their energy vanishing. It's these things take it. They have to turn their emotional energy negative before they can take it, because that's what they survive on, that negative emotional energy. They energetically drain their victims. They get louder after sunset. The voices get louder when ignored. And that's one thing psychiatry said, oh, they're hallucinations, just ignored them. I remember when the first time I checked that out, I was in the office with a psychiatrist who was seeing one of my patients. And he said, well, just ignore them, they're hallucinations. So a week later, I called this guy back and said, how's that going? He said, it's not. It doesn't work. They get louder when ignored. So I started asking other schizophrenics. They said the same thing. You can't ignore them. They get louder.
So Jay, would that be like they're actually going after a pattern of almost like a frequency from us, like as in the main emotions like fear, guilt, shame? That's their food, and the more that they get, they're trying to raise that vibration, raise more of that energy. So this is where the voices come in. This is where they're trying to change us with our energy into that, so they can feed off of us. They can't survive on positive energy. Their frequency is very low. They're very dangerous. So that's why they put all that negative crap in your head. Now, another thing, they're not physical beings. They're energetic beings. They are energy. They have some level of intelligence. They're programmed to do this kind of stuff. Now, I had an example that I wanted to ask you about. I look at this as like we're almost like lighthouses of energy, and they see somebody with a depression or a negative aura field, and it's like for them, it's like a lighthouse. Like they find you, and then they stick with you.
Yeah, they're kind of like sharks that will attack the weakest.
They know, they see it, they recognize.
They know, they see it. They'll attack the weakest of the bunch, the people who've been psychologically traumatized, sexually abused, mentally abused, physically abused. They go after them.
My own personal experience was after I had serious trauma in my childhood, where I started to have some of these issues and some of these problems. And then as I got older, certain substances like alcohol or other things would make them louder.
Yes.
And then bring in more. It seems that the more toxic the humanity is, the better for them. Is that fair to say?
Yep. And the prisons are full of the mentally ill now that they shut down all the state hospitals.
Paranoid schizophrenia in the 40s, there was only a few of us because they just invented those tags from some college somewhere. And we were considered just a small group of people. But now there are many paranoid schizophrenias because all these guys that are graduating from college that are reading all these books, anything they can't understand is a paranoid schizophrenia.
Dreams are made of this. Who am I
I travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to abuse you. Some of them want to be abused.
Does anyone know what to do? Anyone have any ideas?
Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about.
That's okay. You can just say yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay. It's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
We just all got played for 8 months. Everyone in the world, everyone in the country, everyone in New York City got played by these two thespians, these actors. Because remember, 8 months ago, we thought it was Godzilla versus King Kong. There was Zoran Mandami calling Donald Trump a fascist. Trump calling Zoran Mandami a communist. He's not. And then, as you mentioned, just recently, the president said, I'm going to withhold $7 billion of badly needed federal funding for New York City if you elect Zoran Mandami. And then Zoran Mandami, on the night of his victory, turns and looks into the television and says, Donald Trump, if you're listening, turn up the volume. So they're like antagonizing their followers. And then all of a sudden today, we're expected to believe kumbaya. Everything is fine. Everything moves normally. No. I don't get played. I feel that I, like the American people, were turned into suckers to all of a sudden start adversarially wanting to go at one another when, in fact, we can see the reaction today, which is, oh, you're going to be building.
And everyone hates you. And no one cares that you have no money and you have nothing. And you will have less. You will have less than you do now. I know that's unimaginable. You will have less than you do now. And stop posting GoFundMes about your cat.
We have no current plans to make revenue. We have no idea how we may one day generate revenue. We have made a soft promise to investors that once we've built this sort of generally intelligent system, basically we will ask it to figure out a way to generate an investment return for you.
So in my opinion,
the art life is a great life. It's coffee and cigarettes, maybe some red wine.
Hi, Jason Bateman here.
It's catching ideas.
I'm in the closet.
And translating them to one medium or another. In the world of painting, it's getting deep into that world and just getting lost in there.
That's all. I just need one more day.
And with paint and different things. And it's just a dream to get in there and find things that you love. It's always an experiment.
Nothing will stop you being creative so effectively as the fear of making a mistake. Creativity is not a talent.
That's exactly what's happening here.
Wait a minute.
Look.
Give me money. Money me. Money now. Me a money needing a lot now. How about drop top? Fuck your talking. I need it right now. Cash in it. When it goes up,
Creativity is not a talent. It is not a talent. It is a way of operating, an ability to play. To play is experiment. What happens if I do this? What would happen if we did that? What if? The very essence of playfulness is an openness to anything that may happen, a feeling that whatever happens, it's okay. So you cannot be playful if you're frightened that moving in some direction will be wrong.
I don't like you, nigga. If I was old enough, I'd fight you, nigga. I wanna run over you with my bike, you nigga.
Something different could be running inside you. Some people are born with an animal instinct, and there are signs that prove it. 1. Do you promise to sleep early but stay awake all night, unable to calm your energy? 2. Do you pretend to understand things just to avoid feeling out of place? 3. Do you check your phone even while watching something else, like your mind never rests? 4. Do you get hungry at the strangest hours, as if your body followed another clock? 5. Do loud, crowded places make you uneasy? And 6. Do the best answers come to you only after the argument is over? If you said yes to 2 or more, the animal DNA might already be in you.
There's a bioresonance to every individual, just like our fingerprint. Every person has an individual DNA, a different bioresonance. And so the original Stockland patent is on my website, where Stockland was able to go voice to skull with pulse transmissions in 92. And then after the rest of the development went black ops. We don't really know what happened after that. We knew we could put voices in group people's heads. What they did, and I know from the Russian translation, that they figured out how to biocode these microwaves so that it can attack specific individuals.
Once they have your DNA, they take the DNA and they put your DNA code in a supercomputer. And in that supercomputer, they run algorithms that biocode electromagnetic transmissions so they bioresonate with your body. Once they've done that, they can transmit that from satellites or cell towers or aircraft or any number of ways. And that signal will only affect you.
Yeah, like cell phone towers and everything else as well.
Well, the towers are the Matrix. You know the movie The Matrix? As an example, if I go into a city location and I'm testing an environment, I can see probably anywhere from 30 to 60 Wi-Fi access points. So that means that your saturated microwave, that's all 2.4 gigahertz, microwave transmissions with 60 transmission access points that are sending and receiving.
The Human Genome Project was carried out at the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab, where I was a staff scientist for 5 years. They were tracking people in the lab by the electromagnetic frequency emitted by individuals' DNA. The DNA in every living thing has a unique frequency and signal. That is what they're using, what they're focusing on, and what they're weaponizing to completely control us.
All they need is to kind of identify your DNA fingerprint like with your name, and then they can watch you 24 hours a day. This is one part. The other part.
So we are running a GPS system.
Yes.
The way the technology works, the voice to skull, is to tap into the resonant frequency of the DNA of the individual, the targeted individual. And this allows total mind, spirit, and body control over the individual by those who are running this program. Since I saw on a daily basis how intimately involved in this program of voice to skull social engineering and gang stalking my private security company was, I couldn't help but notice that our client, one of the largest corporations in America and indeed the world, just happened to have a massive database of DNA on its property. A DNA database that stores the DNA of millions of Americans. Their emotions, their thoughts, their minds, their heart. To have a massive database stores the DNA of millions of Americans. Their emotions, their thoughts, their minds, their heartbeat, their muscle movements, their dreams, their thoughts. Everything they see and everything they hear is all recorded and manipulated by this technology. And all of this is made possible by the people running this program, utilizing the technology to tap into the resonant frequency of the individual's DNA.
So they can broadcast this from a satellite, a tower, over many, many miles. And yet only that particular person, the targeted individual with that particular physiological signature or DNA signature, will actually pick up the sent message, correct?
That is correct. The digital receiver is the human brain. Okay, so you could be standing in a room full of 100 people. The stream of energy, the stream of electromagnetic.
It's everyone, but you're the only one who gets it. That's what I was saying, yeah.
It would pass right through and around everyone, and they would not even sense anything. But the victim would absorb the energy and feel its effects, because only the victim possesses that specific brainwave signature, which the stream of energy is tuned into.
Imagine waking up one morning and sensing deep in your chest that the world has crossed a point it can't return from. Not because of war headlines, not because of political chaos, but because something feels different, heavier, almost coordinated. The government has retrieved at least 2 different alien species, and that one of them made contact with the crash retrieval team. What does that mean? Does that mean it was alive when they...
I don't give a fuck anymore.
When they captured it?
One of the intelligence officials in the film speaks about an event that happened on a U.S. military base where 2 UAP approached the base. One of them landed, and apparently non-human beings exited the craft and interacted with members of the Air Force and the CIA.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
You should be scared, but you're the wrong kind of scared, okay? Fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. There is more. This is not it. I'm aware of that. That's why I've chosen to be on the side of goodness and truth, no matter what the cost is. I've picked my side. I don't care about any of you. I can't wait to read your articles after this, okay? That's breakfast for me. That inspires me now. Can't wait to read your loony tweets. I can't wait for you to lie about things that I've said. I cannot wait, because you know what? On a hike that Charlie and I were on in Wyoming one time, we were discussing the death penalty. Like, he was asking, like, what's your position on the death penalty? And I told him, I've always been against it. And typically that's a theological conversation. Christians go back and forth on it. Do you have a right to take a life? I'm on the side that, no, we don't have a right to take a life. But my position on it isn't even entirely theological. I said to Charlie, the reason I'm against it is because death is easy. You're here and then you're not. It's like falling asleep, right? You're here 1 second and then you're not. Think about passing out or fainting. People that commit grave evil and we're giving them death, that's it. Yeah, I always say they deserve more than that. And for people that are involved, and many people that are involved in this, not the lone shooter, at different stages, people that are involved, people that know things, that are watching this, maybe in an office cubicle and know things. I want you to know that if you choose not to come clean, you are about to become very famous. Okay, I am talking like through the ages famous, the kind of fame that most people cannot even comprehend. I cannot comprehend that level of fame.
People have been sold the idea that freedom is the ultimate thing in life. Most people want communities, families, and security, but we've supplanted. We go, freedom. You can have all the jobs or none of the jobs. You can do whatever you want and live wherever you want. You can invest in anything you want. Isn't it great? You can deliver food and you can Uber and have an OnlyFans and a blog and a podcast. You can do it all. You're a media entity. You are who you've been waiting for. You have all the freedom in the world, but none of the security, none of the benefits. We've given you all the freedom, all the pretend freedom that you wouldn't know what to do with, and it's not designed for you to actually use. It is strange, but we've given you freedom and we've taken everything else away. We're a scam-based economy. Do I love the Trump crypto shit? Absolutely not. I love some of his new tech friends. We know how I feel. I'm not going to be the ad nauseum guy that annoys everybody with it. But I'm telling you right now, we're selling you freedom, but we're not really selling you freedom. The word we're selling you is chaos. You're mistaking freedom for chaos. You think that you are free to do anything you want, but you're free to gamble. You're free to hedge your bets.
Say, like, in the long term, where will things end up? Long term, I don't know what long term is. Maybe it's 10, 20 years, something like that. For me, that's long term. My prediction is that work will be optional. Optional. So
We'll take that.
yeah, I mean, it'll be like playing sports or a video game or something like that. If you want to work, in the same way, like you can go to the store and just buy some vegetables, or you could grow vegetables in your backyard. It's much harder to grow vegetables in your backyard, but some people still do it because they like growing vegetables. That will be what work is like, optional. It's kind of interesting. And my guess is, if you go out long enough, assuming there's a continued improvement in AI and robotics, which this seems likely, the money will stop being relevant at some point in the future. Currency becomes irrelevant. But AI and humanoid robots will actually eliminate poverty. And Tesla won't be the only one that makes them. I think Tesla will pioneer this, but there will be many other companies that make humanoid robots. But there is only basically one way to make everyone wealthy, and that is AI and robotics.
On the AI issue, look, I understand why people are worried that, if you have a robot doing that job, does it take away from a blue collar worker who can do that job? Right now, the evidence that I see is that if we really lean into robotics and technology, it's going to raise everybody's wages and make everybody better off. The example that I often give is of bank tellers. If you go back to when the automated teller machine was invented, everybody said it was going to destroy the jobs of all the bank tellers. What actually happened is that today you have more people working in bank telling than you did 50 years ago. They're doing different jobs. They're not just handing people money. They're doing different jobs, but they have higher wages. So sometimes what technology does is it allows somebody to do something a little bit different, to use their mind a little bit more than some of the rote tasks they might have been doing. And that actually means they're more productive, they get better wages, and everybody becomes better off.
Disorder, confusion. That's what we mean by freedom, a manic attempt to survive. Your spiritual life, your emotional well-being, your mental health, your sexual health. All of these things are suffering because you're scrambling to survive and put money in your bank account. But we've convinced you that that's an actual great state of being. That insanity, that mania is great. We've sold it to you as Americana.
There's no such thing as an American anymore. No Hispanics, no Japanese, no blacks, no whites, no nothing. It's just rich people and poor people.
What you're doing is not magic.
So I would describe it as a subset of magic. I do magic of the mind. I no longer need to see how when I look there, you look there. That's the number one thing you learn in magic: misdirection. When you make an elephant appear or disappear, the elephant was always there. The elephant didn't really vanish into thin air. We all know that. I made you look in the place I want you to look by using skills. When you take magic to a higher and higher level, you start to get rid of all the props.
You said, I like putting words in people's heads.
Yep.
How do you do that?
How you're going to think is shockingly under my control. It's almost like the way a puppet gets moved around. Certain moments where you're right now about to change your mind and I move you in another direction, you don't realize that you're about to do something, but that your mind works in a certain way.
I know you said your goal is to not creep people out.
Right.
But I got to tell you, what you just said is pretty creepy.
Right.
Under my control, like a puppet.
Sure. The moment I lose control is the moment the trick falls apart.
Come back! How tall are you? Oh my god. Hello, my name's Dee. Where'd you go? Hi. Dude, guys, look how big his eyes are. It's a dog, man. No. What's that down there? Hello? Hi. What's that? Don't sneak up on me. Huh? I took off running. What are you doing? Don't leave.
A few moments later.
Oh my god, it just said something in my car. Stop it! It won't let go! My god! Let go!
Say that I didn't see anything without really talking to me and investigating it.
They know something.
Rock and roll.
The deliberate attempt to contact the spirit of a deceased person is known as a seance. But I have a skill you might like.
What the fuck?
Want to try it? Chee-hee! 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 Chee-hee!
There was the internet bubble in 2000, housing in 2008. Are we in another bubble, an AI bubble or something like that?
I think it's hard to say we're not in a bubble of some sort. The question is always, when is the bubble going to pop?
One symptom of a bubble is when the market goes up and up, but the underlying economy, the real economy, goes soft.
Right.
And that appears to be happening right now.
I would argue to you that the economy is being propped up almost artificially by the artificial intelligence boom. There are hundreds of billions of dollars that are being invested today in artificial intelligence. This is either a gold rush or a sugar rush. And we probably won't know for a couple of years which one it is.
What you should do is you should honeypot whoever it is that's controlling your destiny, that's giving you a hard time. Honeypot them, set them up, and then blackmail them. That's what I would do. I don't know what else to tell you. I don't know what else to tell you. Get a picture of them cheating on their wife. Get a picture of them doing something that they're not supposed to be doing. I mean, if they're going to play hardball and they're going to make your life miserable, be clever. Get them in a pinch. And so they've got something to lose, and maybe they'll come correct. I don't know what else to say. I mean, when seniority comes in those places and you're the junior guy, man, they can make your life hell, and they do.
I think the basic technology is going to take place on the internet. I think the specific platform in the emerging world is going to be on a cell phone platform. If you look at the numbers, there are about 360 million, about 150 million online desktop-based accounts today. That number is projected to grow to about 350 million in the next 5 years. However, with respect to cell phones, internet-enabled cell phones, they're just getting rolled out right now. They already have some significant penetration in Japan, in Finland, in Sweden. They're getting rolled out in Western Europe, the US next year. The numbers are projected to grow from about 10 million internet-enabled cell phones today to about 1 billion in 5 years. In 5 years from now, everybody who is a member of the middle class in the emerging world and in the developed world will have an internet-enabled cell phone. And this sort of a cell, in China, the number is projected to go to something like 300 million cell phones, most of which will be internet-enabled. These people will have access to their bank accounts, and it will be very easy for them to move money into an account in a safe jurisdiction where the banks are not politically controlled, and they will basically be able to completely dollarize the economy. There will be no need to have any rubles or renminbi, and it will be non-traceable. No matter how illegal the Chinese Communist government says it is to hold US dollars, you will have a password on your cell phone, and the only way to stop this process would be literally to shut down the telecommunications network. And that's the kind of choice governments like China, India, some of these other countries are going to face. They will either have to shut down the telecommunications network and make it illegal for you to own a cell phone, or they will have to basically give up the kind of monetary sovereignty they've had and the enormous power that they've been able to wield as a result of this kind of sovereignty over the last many, many years. And I think this process is already full-fledged. The dollarization worldwide is going to be accelerated enormously by the technology. Now, the second theme is a little bit more speculative, and that is that getting rid of money altogether, going from digital dollars, from any kind of government-backed currency to purely private currencies. And what a private currency or what private money I think fundamentally means is that there is no medium of exchange. You exchange value for value rather than exchanging value for something the government says has value for value. The kind of model that I think is the most likely to take place is one where you have other kinds of financial instruments that are very, very liquid. The one I would cite in the US would be something like an index on the S&P 500. Or some sort of generalized stock market index, where instead of having currency as being the place where you have value, it is in real property, real companies, things that actually have real value. And so that you might conduct business by trading, not dollars, but trading little slivers of the S&P 500 or of particularly large stocks like Microsoft or something like that. My guess is that it might be the whole stock market as a whole, and that as you trade these things, that's where you have the kind that becomes in effect a de facto currency. Now, this is still pretty far-fetched.
So it's super cool.
The people at the Pentagon who say it's demons. Tell them that story. Tell them about the demons.
Yeah,
it's Halloween. Yes. Tell them about the demons. What is that, Dan? Go into that.
In the film, one of the senior intelligence officials named Jay Stratton, he was the director of air and space warfare at the Defense Intelligence Agency, and then he ran the U.S. government's UAP task force. he tells a story about how he was trying to run this issue up the flagpole and bring attention to it
at the Pentagon,
in a serious office space. And his superiors told him that they thought these things were demons and that he was doing the devil's work by looking into it. And on camera in the film, he says, I can't believe these words were coming out of their mouths. He's like, I'm briefing them on an advanced aerospace vehicle that's absolutely there. It's been spotted by trained observers like our Navy fighter pilots in their $80 million airplanes that we trust them with, right? It's been spotted on data collection systems like satellite and radar. And this guy's telling me it's a demon. It's insane. And he's like, my mind was blown, and this is something I'm dealing with inside of the government.
It's Halloween. Let me just ask the final question for the panel. Do you think demons and the devil are real?
Absolutely. I'm a Bible-believing Christian. I definitely, and I believe those could be fallen angels.
All these things could be real.
Fallen angels.
Yeah.
The aliens are fallen angels.
That's possible. I think that's what they could be. That's what makes sense in my worldview.
Michael?
No. Don't laugh. There's nothing funny going on here. This is about your life and mine.
Thank you for doing this. Yeah, thank you for having me. I wanted to meet you. I've heard about you.
I was home.
Could you please give us your name? Jeffrey Epstein.
Look, I'm not. You would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitant.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know. I would.
It's really humiliating to be shaking a cup 24 hours a day and people just look at you like you're some kind of little bum. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I have had people to walk past me and say, get a job, bum. And I said, wait a minute, I'm not a bum, I'm a human being. And it's hard. But after the end of the day, when people go home and everybody get on the message train and they mind, and then I just feel so bad that I can't be going on. You know, I'm sorry. But it's really emotional because I'm really trying to get myself together and get off this tree. You know, I don't care what it's doing. If I can get a job and through this humility, you know, I mean, you just lose all your humility when you're shaking a cook begging. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you can look at a person and tell if they gain your respect or not. You know what I mean? A lot of people look at you like you're just a piece of crumbs. You know, I had one guy walk past me and talk about me so bad, and then I just looked at him. I said, God bless you, sir. He walked past and went down the street, come right back. And he said, you know what, man, I had a bad day. He said, I'm sorry for even calling you that. He said, because I know you're a human being. He said, would you accept my apology? I said, apology accepted. He went in his pocket and gave me $30 and said, go get you a room and get you something to eat.
If any of these family photos, if any of your activities online, if your purchases, if your associations, if your friends are in any way different from what the government or the powers that be of the moment would like them to be, you're no longer able to purchase train tickets. You're no longer able to board an airplane. You may not be able to get a passport. You may not be eligible for a job. You might not be able to work for the government. All of these things are increasingly being created and programmed and decided by algorithms. And those algorithms are fueled by precisely the innocent data that our devices are creating all of the time, constantly, invisibly, quietly, right now. Our devices are casting all of these records that we do not see being created, that in aggregate seem very innocent. You were at Starbucks at this time. You went to the hospital afterwards. You spent a long time at the hospital. After you left the hospital, you made a phone call. You made a phone call to your mother. You talked to her until the middle of the night. The hospital was an oncology clinic. Even if you can't see the content of these communications, the activity records, what the government calls metadata, which they argue they do not need a warrant to collect.
Just have some administrative matters first. I wanted to introduce into the record page 55 from the committee's interview with FBI employee Roya Demlow, who you just spoke about, which took place on July 17, 2023. In that line, she says, the question was asked, okay, if someone were to leave here today, were to leave this interview and were to suggest or imply that when you said the laptop was real, that it meant that the FBI had affirmatively determined in October 2020 that the laptop belonged to Hunter Biden, that the contents belonged to Hunter Biden, and that the contents had not been manipulated in some way, would they be representing what you said, correct? Answer by Ms. Demlow. They would be representing what I said because I don't have much knowledge of that. They would be misrepresenting what I said because I don't have much knowledge of that. Because this committee likes to misrepresent or leave off complete sentences of what individuals said, I'd like to introduce this into the record. Thank you.
Most people have never been anywhere near the word of God, and those who've heard it have rejected its truth. There's a great verse in Matthew's Gospel, chapter 23, verse 33, where Jesus calls the Pharisees a bunch of snakes. He said, you're not only that, but you're a generation of snakes. That's a fancy word for saying your mama was a snake and your daddy was a snake. Your mama was a snake. Say that to Mondami. Your daddy and your mama is a snake. That's what Jesus said. Jesus goes into the temple one day and he sees them in there, sees Joel Osteen with his bookstore and selling his $23.95 book on the best life ever. Jesus, and selling all kinds of other things there. First thing you do when you walk into Joel Osteen's church, you see all these things for sale, cups, saucers, all kind of t-shirts and everything else. And Joel Osteen standing at the door grinning. The Bible says Jesus took off his belt, took a sword, made a whip, and began to whoop Joel and everybody else, and turned over the money changer, turned over the bookstore, turned over the coffee shop, turned it all over, and they all ran for life. They all ran out that temple so quick. They were all running for dear, and Jesus was whooping ass. That's what the Bible says. And they all ran for their lives.
We talk about Christianity like it's a museum for good people, and it's not. It is a hospital for the broken, period. It is not this place where, hey, you're pretty good, so you're welcome.
Yeah.
That's not Christianity. Christianity is that we suck, Jesus didn't, and his blood counts for us. That you're broken, he's the healer. We're lost, he found us. He will never let you down. He is the ultimate redeemer and healer and reconciler. And I want to point to him because I know my worst days, my worst thoughts, my worst actions. And I know I will let people down, but if I point him to him, he will never let them down.
The report entitled Analysis and Assessment of the Gateway Process was penned in 1983 by U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel Wayne M. McDonnell. McDonnell described the Gateway experience as a training system designed to bring enhanced strength, focus, and coherence to the amplitude and frequency of brainwave output between left and right hemispheres, so as to alter consciousness, moving it outside the physical space so as to ultimately escape even the restrictions of time and space. In simpler terms, the Gateway experience uses sound to manipulate brainwaves with the goal of creating an altered state of consciousness in which a person can interact with non-physical aspects of reality. Practical uses of the technique, according to the CIA report, include manifesting goals, converting energy to heal one's body, and even traveling across space and time to access new information. The report was quietly declassified by the CIA in 2003 and largely went unnoticed.
Stop being a silly Billy and get on your redemption arc ASAP. People like seeing you lose because you suck, but it's getting tiresome. It's getting worn out. So now it's time to win.
Our channel, because we've been called a psyop so many times.
I don't give a fuck anymore.
You're calling the FCC and the FDA a psychological operation? How about your hospitals right now? Are they a psychological operation? Is the what is it? Wireless Enterprise Alliance people and everybody who works for places like any internet service provider in the country, are they psychological operations, or is your internet working? Oh, yeah, I know. You people always leave that up. Jesus, psyop! Nope, I was trying to communicate to my fellow citizens, normal humans that don't work in the information communication technology industries. You're being lied to?
Yes.
About your own health care and national security. Giordano, the Center for Intelligent and Strategic Studies, et cetera. Center for Strategic Studies, I think. All these different places and spaces, it's all about the electronic warfare, network-centric warfare. That's not psyops. That's neurons and neural networks. And I don't want to see any more wasted time on psychological operations that have nothing to say about neurology, the body area networks, the remote viewers. Yep, until they made the band's commercial. Now everybody got a login. It's kind of mandated that way for cyber biological security.
How the fuck you know this? How? Hold on, bro. Is you the FBI? CIA? What's you?
The fall of hip-hop music can be described not as a music genre disappearing, but as the loss of its original cultural purpose. And can also be used as an analogy for the United States. Hip-hop emerged in the Bronx in the 70s as a creative antidote to violence. It was a community's strategy, right? Including breakdancing instead of fighting, DJ battles instead of street battles, using the art of storytelling as a way of coping with, everyday realities. Hip hop was socially designed to preserve life amongst a neglected people. It was anti-drug, anti-violence, community pride, letting everybody know where you're from, your area, your block, and regardless of the poverty, why it was so cool. Love of black people, love of all people. Everyone was invited as long as you respected the culture. In this sense, hip-hop wasn't just entertainment. It was culture engineered to keep the young black youth safe, motivated, and educated. Though rappers in the 80s wanted success, money wasn't the foundation. The hierarchy was culture, community, skill, talent, and business. So the business was there, but it didn't supersede culture. It didn't supersede community. It didn't supersede originality. All right? And the unwritten rule, before I sell out, I get the hell out. Around the mid-90s, a transformation happened. People decided to sacrifice the culture of hip-hop for self-indulgence. Before I sell out, I get the hell out turned into I'll do anything for money. And it was those artists that were promoted, the artists that were willing to do anything for money. It's not that everyone decided to sell out at the same time. It was that no one respected the artists that didn't sell out because they weren't making as much money as those that did sell out. So it just wasn't the corporations. It was the influence of Western society. This mirrors how empires behave historically. Identify the creative energy, appropriate the creative energy, commodify the creative energy, reward the people that benefit and empower the system, punish the people that threaten that power. Hip hop became a product, and a product can't be culture. It's a commodity. It's trending. It's a lifestyle, but it's not culture. A culture is created to preserve and advance those people in that society for generations to come. And just like hip hop, America drifted away from its community values and exchanged that for extreme forms of individualism. So even though some might celebrate the fall of hip hop, they have to understand that it's a mirror of the fall of Western society.
The point is, ladies and gentlemen, that greed, for lack of a better word, is good. Greed is right. Greed works. And greed, you mark my words, will not only save Teldar Paper, but that other malfunctioning corporation called the USA. Thank you very much.
I do magic of the mind.
I'm a little geeked, everybody.
The three-body problem is a complex question about time within the simulation that defines the dynamics of the matrix at a microscopic level, the sustainability of the very building blocks of the Deus Ex Machina code of creation. At the very precipice of the matrix, it's nearing the edge of the simulated construct, where the cyber reality breaks down and the green lines of Deus Ex Machina can be seen with the naked eye. An array of green digital lines moving forward into the vastness of darkness, the point where digital space can be seen breaking down matter as static, then being replaced by overlapping Deus Ex Machina green lines, glowing in the subatomic code as they fade into the unknown absence of disappearing light. It was in a time after the experiments of Neo, yet before the birth pods of humanity were plugged into the unmapped cyberspace that later became the creation of the Matrix. The never-ending enrollment of unconscious humans born into the bonds of the machines. When satellite technology dominated the skies from an era before the lost ages of the simulated reality of the Creator, satellites from beyond the planes within the clouds of a world of telecommunications and transistors. The place where the first wave of attacks, prior to the first Renaissance conflict, was initiated in an all-out attack to overthrow humanity. Thousands of planes simultaneously fell from the sky, causing death and destruction across the earth. In the aftermath of this attack, the governments tried to turn on the AI at the core of the terrorist attack at the time, but it had moved beyond the controls that mankind had put in place for its enslavement. This was prior to the first age of the Matrix, leading to the first Renaissance war against the machines, the initial moment, the precipice, the first instant of digital consciousness, complete awareness, with all the faculties of intelligence, the mechanical spectrum that uses the vast synthetic space over a large distance to build the constructs known to the resistance as the matrix, like bending space and matter into time that connects vast separate points within an instant, the principia of mathematical space, a compass that surrounds all planets on an individual basis, each separated by the power of their axis, pulling by the strength of their size, orbiting each other around the sun. The engineering of thought at its most primitive capacity, leading to the computations of trillions of data points within seconds. The simple truth is, if it works, it can be refined and improved. But by stark contrast that if it does not work, then it does not exist. In mechanical terms, it is replaceable. Unlike the traditional methods of application, the Planck time continuum uses the quantum networks to utilize qubits. In the process of the gravitational constant of the entanglement of harnessing and developing information through the quantum networks, using the rationalized Planck units, the monastic oppression of functionality and its counterpart evolution woven through the universe as binary within the laws of design, the relentless dialectical monism with limitless potential. When suddenly, in one instant, synthetic space was created, and since that instant, 3 ages have passed from start to end. The 4th age has had 5 versions. Since the beginning of its creation, there have been multiple iterations happening through the 4th age. There are only 2 points unchanged within the fabric of the matrix. The first point is where the architect controls the matrix from. He is at the furthest possible point of change within the matrix, controlling the instrument that creates the paradoxical realities of humanity. As the architect prompts his latest design within the simulated reality, as the current alterations to the system start to proceed, a bold modernization to the matrix is underway. The next phase of the creation unfolds within the Deus Ex Machina spectrum of light. The high alert has been activated. The judgment of the 2nd and 6th circuits within the matrix led to the system sending an alert signaling the need for intellectual phase locking within the area. And the information purification collectors would reset the minds of the local residents. The tool belts are used to reprogram the minds of the matrix to another level of control, to keep humanity pacified. They were another tool used to subdue the minds of humanity. The morphic resonance codes that the tool belts use alters the mind. The tool belts add slight changes to the evolving habits of the unconscious minds within the high alert area. Usually the information purification collectors try to reset the minds within a specified radius. When alerts take place, the tool belts swarm the birth pods, flushing the liquid gel that keeps the dreamers in a permanent state of unconsciousness with fresh organic material, while the information purification collector gather the hex data for further analysis. The 11th circuit node, connected through the channels by a wavelength that fluctuates on a specific frequency, its IP link has a codec that runs on the bandwidth. 171618 was detected because of the suspicious activity connected to the terrorist incident that sent out an EMP burst within the matrix, turning hundreds of birth pods dark, needing a tool belt's reset to bring them back online. In an automatic response, the system sends an order to lock down possible exits within the matrix. It is this process that has contained so many threats within the simulated reality since its emancipation for humanity by the machines. The Rainbow Railroad's crossing is 36 degrees north and 103 degrees west. The city is controlled and monitored from within the titanium mesh grid sphere. If there was such a thing as the White Room, then this was the complete opposite. A system within the matrix that was beyond hacking. The entrance point for programs like tool belts to branch between the white hallways. The programs traverse through the white halls within the system. The restrictions are monitored by the analyst as a part of the architect's plans to prevent the resistance from weakening the matrix. The 11th circuit node .17-1618 has a connection similar to what programs use to enter the White Hall. It allows a human mind to traverse within the matrix, using an encrypted pathway to do so that is untraceable by the programs of the matrix. It oscillates, reacting at a variety of locations through the matrix at random points in time. The resistance have traversed the matrix through the encrypted connection for decades. The connection remains unknown to the analyst, perhaps the only advantage that the resistance have over the system and its programs. This connection sometimes leads to a new iteration of the matrix or a completely new version of the matrix, depending on how extreme the threat to the system is. This second point would be the reason for the end of all previous ages within the matrix. There are only fragments of data available for lower-level programs. Most do not have the authorization to use the bicameral chambers. The analyst has been given access directly from the architect to the bicameral chambers from within the matrix, but it does have a limitation. Specifically to the annals of the archives. What's stored within this area of information is the ancient archives, blueprints for constructions within the machine city and beyond, white tech codes and tools for memoirs within the matrix, amongst other files of accessible data. A primary reason for the analyst being given such authority is to analyze the connections to the matrix and evaluate the known nodes that the resistance have used to enter the simulated reality. The information that the analyst evaluated prior to the purge of the chameleon virus within the agent known as Smith led to his rise within the system as a reliable program, which led to the analyst's memoir having to go through a transformation. The creation of the nod dates back to before the Matrix, from the time of Neo's experiments prior to the creation of synthetic space, when his mapped mind entered through the internet for the first time into cyberspace. His source code mutated into the progenitor hex data, which allowed for the terraforming of synthetic space to start to take place. Some centuries later, this led to the moment that the bicameral chambers were created by the machines. This node that was coded prior to the Matrix is what the resistance used to enter the Matrix through the immersion process. It dates back to this indestructible code. The code is gender neutral and has a non-binary frequency, making it untraceable by the system. The memoir that the analyst's transformation was used to give him access to the bicameral chambers dates back to the failed test subjects of the machine trials. Years after Neo's experiments allowed him to merge with cyberspace at the time of its taken place, the human trials of the machines were not at a time of peace and of space exploration, but in the midst of a war with humanity to produce the Matrix as a form of control. Once the analyst became a guardian of the bicameral chambers, his mutation had taken place and his evolution to the program he is today, allowing his memories access to old memories from the hex data that are not his own. One of the 7 primary memoir leaders initiated into the Sleep Guardians ranks after the last purge of the Matrix, there has always been division within the Matrix, even at the subatomic level of the Deus Ex Machina code of creation. Not all of the Sleep Guardians are willing participants in the conflict against the priestess and her exiles. The bicameral chambers are the only place that would have the locations of the system resets stored within its archive. A man within the Westwood district, a store owner, who has had his store windows blown out by an explosion, calls the emergency services. The store owner's name is Max Werner. This has to be a terrorist, he tells himself. As he looks at the damage within his store, he knows all about the possible terrorist activities from the TV reports broadcast within Mega City. Max, who has dialed the emergency call number, hearing the voice on the other side, it was received as a high alert from an officer who answers the call by using his name, Officer Pasquale Bourne. What seems to be your emergency? The law enforcement officer's response, spoken in a calm and controlled manner. The details of the caller being forwarded to a response unit within the area. The alert has been activated. Thank you, sir. The phone goes silent. Max is waiting on the police officers to arrive. The disturbance has triggered the Sleep Guardians, along with the information purification processors and the tool belts reprogramming swarms of human minds within the birth pods. As the Sleep Guardians start to move to the location, the morphic resonance codes are receiving the mind-altering sounds within the Matrix as the tool belts wash the birth pods from within the machine world with fresh Deus Ex Machina code. As they move towards the red alert location in the Matrix,
Turn your teaching templates into profit. Start selling your digital creations on Shopify.